Well, like people say that played working up there, you're not ready.
Camera is good. What happened?
On camera. Here we go. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our symposium. We are really excited to have you all with us again today. And today is also the next keynote, Dr. Layla Padiwal. I'm not sure I'm doing wrong. I'm not sure I'm Sorry, my apology for that echo. So let me repeat. We would like to welcome our guest, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Layla Padiwal, who comes from the University College of London, where she's a lecturer. She works at the intersections of global justice, decoloniality, identity, citizenship, conflict, migration, and education. She has researched in India, Pakistan, Tajikistan, and the UK, and she has specialist interests in the role of education in Muslim contexts. Additionally, Dr. Kadiwal also co-directs Best Foot Music, that's interesting, an intercultural music and arts organization. It connects refugee and marginalized musicians with extensive music networks and communities in the UK. Dr. Layla was awarded her DPhil at the University of Sussex. She received an MSc in Higher Education from the University of Oxford, and she also studied at the School of Oriental and African Studies. And we are very excited to hear your talk today. So welcome, and we look forward to your presentation. And of course, as per usual, we will invite Q&A thereafter, and we look forward to a good deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nuran David. Thank you, Professor Nuran David. Can anybody hear me?
No, it's
Turn
not on.
off yours, Nuran. Mine is on. Oh, no.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Brilliant. Bonjour, sabah khair, salam alaikum. And I'm really pleased to see a lot of faces that I managed to meet yesterday. So thank you for coming. And thank you so much, Professor Nuran, for a generous introduction. And Professor Salas for making my trip so easier. You've been really key to making it smooth, and every one of you for making it possible. And I'm honored to be here, and I've really learned a lot from every single presenter yesterday. So I just want to acknowledge your contribution. You can see it's filled with notes because of what you said and what I've done. Thank you. So I'm going to take slightly different angle today, but we will still talk about central to our conversation is Muslim women and women's contribution. And I find it more comfortable if I'm not in the barrier, or like between you and me, there is no barrier. But just imagine it doesn't exist. So, okay, so women's engagement in scholarship, policy, pedagogy, and protest are perspective. And yesterday, Bilal told me he's very keen to understand what I mean by protest. So hopefully we'll get to it. Shall we go to the, yes, I can manage. Okay, so I'll start with a story. Just because I move, let me know if you can't hear me at any point of time. So let me start with the storytelling, which is a part of Muslim tradition, right? Storytelling. So in December 2016, I was recruited at the Institute of Education, University College London, as teaching fellow on a precarious 3-month contract. Look at our neoliberal world. So I was given my first assignment was to mark essays as tutor. And the first essay I marked argued in an impeccable British English. So somebody I could make out clearly was born and brought up in Britain. Most likely the way it was written. And the argument they made that Afghan Muslim women were oppressed by their culture and their religion and their men and extremist men. And then they applied human rights perspective, referred to a body of extensive scholarship on human rights and how this violates their right to education. And then they applied theories of gender and sexuality and masculinity, again, extensively referenced, and talked about toxic construction of masculinity. And then they said the USAID and DFID and how these Western development actors were actually actively helping these women out, saving them. And I felt deeply uncomfortable. And now what happens? Every assignment is marked by 2 examiners. Okay? So the first examiner was a professor, very well known in studies. I wouldn't give you the name. And they marked it an A, and I marked it a D. And imagine I'm on a precarious contract hired only for 3 months on maternity cover for somebody else. So there is a huge power disparity in which I had to make my case. Then I didn't have access to decolonial perspective, but I had the language, but I had a perspective that I later discovered is decolonial perspective. So I asked them, why did you mark them an A? So they said, because it met the criteria. Look, we asked them to refer to an educational issue. They did in Global South. Mind you, this entire center only looks at Global South and is filled with only white people, except me. So they did that. Secondly, I asked them to refer to 2 theories. In this course, we asked them to refer to 2 theories, not in the course. They referred to human rights, they referred to, grasped it very well. Look at their understanding of masculinity and patriarchy and human rights. Brilliant. They refer to all the international instruments and the body of literature review. And they have a very clear critical argument, extensively referenced. So it meets the criteria. Now, what is your rationale? I'm like, oops. So what is my rationale? Let's discover that. Now, before we go to that, I would like you to observe this image. What do you notice? What do you see? The painting is called American Progress. It was very widely in circulation through engravings and lockets and all that in the 1900s settler colonial project. It was drawn by John Gast, who is a very upper middle class, in fact, aristocratic, white, heteronormative man. What do you say? Very quick response.
White woman.
Yes. What is she doing?
Colonial progress, I mean, from the perspective of the colonial lady, white.
And tell me more. What else do you see? Do you see any contrast?
Yes, the light. The light. She's bringing
Yes.
the light.
So that's the enlightened side. Urbanization, prosperity, modernity, the train, she's stringing along train, the electric wire, the mask, school book. It's a school book on it. School book to these barbaric people who live in darkness, right? Who are darker skinned, live in the darkness, no knowledge, and these peaceful people are coming to them. And this white woman is seen as wearing this white Roman toga, which is a symbol of purity in Eurocentric perspective. Really angelic, stands above all and goes to deliver education, brings human rights, brings, all that. So what my professor saw was the goodness. And what I saw as an examiner was what was not shown in the essay, in the image. So what is not shown in the image? Any quick thoughts?
The peoples, the natives.
The indigenous populations being displaced, genocide, which is still erased. As of now, if I share with you my experience of writing a blog on Palestine with the very same professor several years later. I'll share later. So the story of genocide is erased displacement, land grab for mining companies. The funding is hidden. Funding comes from the World Bank, mining companies, the politicians who have an interest in certain power relationship. I saw forced sterilization, which is not here. The racism, which is out there, right? That the social groups, look at the hierarchy, the superior and the inferior, the advanced, the primitive, they have knowledge. This has superstition and irrationality. So the way this image shows you, that's what I saw in the essay. What's not there is what I saw, right? And Gross-Fugel, decolonial scholar, argues that the westernized universities, and when we say westernized university, it is not just the universities in the West. The universities around the world wedded to westernized project. They have these 5 characteristics. Racism, the hierarchy of who is the superior social group in those contexts and who is the inferior group, needs saving, rescuing, right? Modernity, coloniality. So the shine of modernity is emphasized, like we're going to progress, we're going to come out of backwardness and we're going to develop and advance. But what is hidden is that all that progress and advancement is actually based on mass displacement, climate injustices, racism, indigenous populations, grabbing of land from indigenous populations for mining and extraction and oil and gas, and a lot of violence of the languages and cultures. So there is racism, there is that coloniality which is hidden side of the modernity. I dominate, therefore I am. Now in this Western thought, the Descartes' philosophy, I think, therefore I am, is central to Westernized university, that we're thinking, we think, we argue critically, right? But what it doesn't tell us, as Dussel and Gross-Fugel say, I exterminate, therefore I am, right? Where was Descartes based? Amsterdam. What was Amsterdam? Center of one of the empires. So he wasn't thinking because he thinks, therefore he was the one existing as the highest epistemology because he was exterminating so much. Not he himself, but the colonial project. Then epistemic racism and sexism. So I also noticed that in that essay, if you're going to come and help me out, you will actually first engage with what I have to say, right? What critical voices and movements have produced knowledge, you will engage with that. But the essay had extensively referenced human rights literature emerging from global North universities where white scholars were talking to each other. The essay had extensively referenced the masculinity, sexuality, but completely from a Eurocentric perspective by referring to only global North scholars who were talking to each other and citing each other and creating canons out of it. But they hadn't referenced critical voices coming from Muslim critical feminists from critical Muslim feminist contexts. So there was epistemic racism that shows up in absence of our standpoints, historical and contemporary of feminist struggle. That's epistemic racism. That's what I saw in the essay. And sexism, because a lot of these reference material were white men. So there was sexism as well. So when you go back, check your reading list. So there was sexism, and Gross-Fugel said that sexism comes because in order to establish this Western-centric capitalist heteronormative masculine project, even white women with knowledge, indigenous wisdom, and independence and businesses were burned as witches in Europe. There was a huge persecution against white women. So even they are disciplined, right? So there is epistemic racism and sexism in westernized universities. Finally, there is also saviorism and civilizing mission, right? So this is what I was seeing in the essay. which we contrasted with the examiner. And that's where my journey began as a Muslim critical scholar of how Islamophobia and how gender is used to ferment further Islamophobia and racism. And the foundations of this kind of knowledge production goes back. Anyone knows where this picture is from? Alhambra, right? So in 1492, when the defeat of Muslims happened in Europe by Ferdinand and Isabella, and they established a Christian Catholic led empire, there was genocide. It started with the genocide of Jews and Muslims, expulsion of them, grabbing of land where they lived, right? So there is a long trajectory of genocide, which is coupled with epistemicide. So that became the foundations of westernized universities. Let's look at Morocco. When France came, how did they present themselves? Again, use of feminism, women, gender. What is it bringing? It is bringing to Morocco the civilization as if you didn't have. Wealth as if you were only poor.
Yes.
And peace as if you were violent. Right? Look at British, how it justified coming to South Asia. In fact, from the Cape to Cairo, bringing civilization. So these ideas are very deeply intertwined with the projects funded by the West to our various parts. So Professor Leila Abulugad is an extremely powerful Palestinian American anthropologist. Her father was a noted Palestinian academic and mother was a noted academic from Jewish background. So she writes this book, Do Muslim Women Need Saving? And she argues, basically taking the Afghanistan case. Now, I remember some of you asked a question around extremism yesterday. Now, we cannot understand contemporary ideas of who is using the language of terrorism for whom and extremism for whom, and who is not reversing the gaze on themselves. And who is putting it on. So this is very important. Now, some of us might know that the global race for hegemony between Moscow and Washington and then their allies have really led wars around the world, right? Including in Afghanistan. So Mujahideen were friends, right? Until the agenda differed and then they became extremists, yeah? So this is quite agenda driven. What were they taught with? So they were taught refugee education. The Afghan young people who were displaced because of this fight between the Washington-led and Moscow-led, these two global powers fighting out each other with their regional and international allies, actually retreated Afghanistan as the buffer zone, right? And while treating the buffer zone, a lot of young people were displaced to the borders of Pakistan. What did they do? Developed refugee education in University of Nebraska, funded by USAID and taxpayers' money in USA. 13 million copies were made, translated in Daryan Pashto. But what was underneath refugee education? Any guess? The jihad literacy. The alphabet, the ABC of jihad. Made in USA, supported by Saudi Arabia. Very much interest of Pakistan. So these curriculum taught J for jihad, jihad is mandatory, Jamil went to jihad, I too will go to jihad. So this jihadi literacy curriculum developed in the USA, circulated in Afghanistan to create mujahideens and then generation of Talibans, has today become a very important textbook for ISIS, for very different groups of Taliban today. So there is a lot of reparative measures that need to happen, right? So, and what have women doing? Women have very long history of struggle. They have struggled against the Russian and the British empires, caught up in that. They've struggled against the tie-up between a corporation based in USA, the US administration and Taliban, who are forming agreement to build oil and gas pipelines. So they've been fighting for very long, right? So do they need saving? Leila Abdullah asks. No, they need justice. They don't need charity. They need dignity, right? And all this needs to stop. Okay, so I'll stop here. So then I noticed, as being based in the Center for Education and International Development that works with World Bank, OECD, UNESCO, UN, various UN institutions, and tons of donors, continues to produce in the West. I noticed that these are kind of the campaign. Then Malala becomes a way to fight extremism. Then girls are told it's your onus to fight extremism, created through geopolitical agendas, right? Then women are seen as, oh, knowledge is power. Why education? With education, you can kill terrorism. But what it masks is the broader geopolitical agenda through which some of these processes are happening, not because women are not playing their role. They're resisting. So, the director of Amnesty International, Rafia Zakaria, is another author and intellectual, and she writes about against white feminism, where she looks at how conventional feminism places the importance on the experience of white women while excluding women of color, that includes Muslim women. So the standpoints arising from critical Muslim perspectives are continuously undermined. So if you look at today's world, the global political economy, the Jomo Promise Sundaram has created this. If you were to redistribute the world, rethink the world in terms of just the income distribution, look at Africa and global South. If you just look at the wealth redistribution in the world, there it's massively inflated, right? Who are the top 10 richest people in the world? At the expense of billions of people in the world, right? So if you look at 252 men have more wealth than 1 billion women and girls in Africa and Latin America and Caribbean combined. That does not mean that in global South, you don't have global North. You do have global North and global South, the pockets, which concentrate, right? So if you draw different kind of geography, then you will have pockets of inflations and the below as well. And they work in harmony quite often. So all that affects Muslim women and their agency and their freedom around the world. And yet, then you have this change starts with the girl. No, change starts with the broader, with the elites, not with marginalized girls. If you look at Africa itself, according to 2017 data published by The Independent, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by 32 billion a year, right? If you look at the 203 billion goes out of Africa through extraction, 41 billion extracted each year, only aid money, so-called aid money to save girls in Africa is, or other marginalized people as well. So the root causes of marginalization of people is not addressed. And yet, saviorism is promoted in some of this scholarship. Now, let's look at, but as I said, women protest, and women have a long history of protest. Another thing last year that became very important concern of white feminism is Muslim women in Iran. Lots of webinars, talks were organized to talk about how Iranian women are being oppressed. We're not denying that. We're not denying that. Yeah, but we are saying when they're not just victims, they are also activists. They're also scholars. There are also women with agency who are fighting back. So they're not just victims. They're producers of knowledge. And they're producing knowledge through their struggle. And this is where I want to challenge our notion of school and education. What is education? What is school? What is learning? Is it only formed in the classroom? Or is it happening through marginalized girls and marginalized women's own everyday struggle? And the knowledge that they produced at their struggle. How are we valuing that knowledge? Whether it's in rural area of Morocco or somebody who sits in London. How are we looking at that knowledge produced through struggle? So if you look at Iran, women have a long history of resisting oil extraction, fighting for democracy, but those efforts were thwarted. So to them to say the change starts with girls is highly hypocritical. The girls have been always at the forefront of fighting injustices. So, and Africa is actually always at the forefront. If we see humanity migrated out of Africa, then first feminist struggle should have started here, right? And okay, so the point is, now I'll come very quickly to India because it concerns me. That's where my research body of scholarship is. That's where my family is, and that's where I grew up. Now, what you have is a far-right extremist government whose ideology is Hindutva, which is a fascist ideology, heavily drawn from Hitler and Mussolini's works. But what it does is uses those tropes, replaces Jews with Muslims in India, right? And it very much allies with world's authoritarians. You can see the image in the middle as well. It is a major exporter of weapons from Israel as well, and software for surveillance. And this is used to contain so-called Muslims in India who actually come from oppressed caste backgrounds. Who are the Muslims of India? Muslims in India are actually at the bottom of the caste hierarchy, along with Dalits and Adivasis. And a lot of Dalits and Adivasis and nomadic people are the ones who, in order to flee caste-based oppression, adopted Islam or Christianity or Buddhism. So this is casteism, showing these Muslims and Christians and Dalits their place in the caste hierarchy. That is the current Hindutva project. And then you have world's so-called democratic leaders holding hands on the name of global peace and security. All of this affects Muslim women. Currently, Genocide Watch, which is world's foremost genocide watch body that had predicted Rwandan genocide 5 years before its occurring, has put India on emergency alert. On the 8th and 9th stage of genocide, which is advanced. What's going on is it's promoted as if these Muslims are leading Corona jihad. So coronavirus didn't come to India. Muslims brought it, Corona bomb, right? Love jihad. They are luring Hindu women. So, and thus a threat to our women. Land jihad, they are grabbing our land, they are populating, they are also occupying media, and Hindus are just wrapping themselves in the garb of secularism like ostrich and not looking. There is a real propaganda of existential threat generated by far-right extremist fascist organization, which is in power. Muslims are held as bad apples that need to be annihilated, taken out. So what Muslim women are doing? Incredibly inspiring protest. This is Shaheen Bagh, and these are Shaheen Bagh's women. They are students, they are grandmothers. They are women from all walks of life. So this is what happened. In 2019, December, the Modi government passed citizenship law amendment, which made it possible to take away citizenship from Muslims in India. And this law is compared to Nuremberg law, where citizenship from Jews was made possible to be removed by Hitler, compared with Rohingyas in Myanmar, when in 85, military government in Myanmar passed citizenship law, which made it possible to take away citizenship rights from Rohingya. So this new law says that if you are refugees from any of the neighboring countries, not Sri Lanka, not Myanmar, but Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, if you belong to any of these religions, Hindu, Christian, Jain, Parsi, Sikh, then you can get citizenship, but if you're Muslim, you won't. And then they passed another law called NRC, which has made every Indian, so now you're not citizen unless you prove documentarily that you are a citizen. So lots of documents you have to show in order to claim that you are a citizen. And a lot of Muslims fall under oppressed caste, historically marginalized background, and most of India does not have documents. Documents is not a culture or legal. It became legal requirement only in recent times. So a lot of Indians don't have documents. So what happens? Now you combine these two laws, Citizenship Amendment and National Registration of Citizenship. So NRC, National Registration of Citizen, makes everybody show document, but then many people don't have documents. So CAA means, oh, if you're not Muslim, you will get citizenship. But if you're Muslim, you won't. This is another way to make 200 million Muslim citizenship less. So a lot is happening here. So who have become very important defenders? So when this law was passed in December 2019, students of Jamia Millia Islamia, which is a prominent institution in India, and students of Aligarh Muslim University, another prominent institution in India, and Jawaharlal Nehru University, another prominent university in India, they started protesting. So police comes into the campus, starts beating, brutalizing students. I started receiving on my social media feed because I have students from these locations, these institutions. And especially in Jamia Millia Islamia, it was extremely brutal violence, persecution of students. So as soon as Shaheen Bagh, which is a neighborhood in which Jamia Millia Islamia is located, women heard that their children are being beaten up by police, so they come out on the street, about 15 of them. They occupy the street in protest that to save their children and students from being beaten up. 15 women become 50, become 100, become 1,000, become 10,000, become 100,000. Because Shaheen Bagh is not just Muslim women. Shaheen Bagh is all oppressed people, irrespective of their faith and regional background, who don't have documents and thus are equally at risk. Because we don't have efficient bureaucracy there, right? So then climate activists join, human rights activists join, the various regional minorities come in, labor movement unions come in. You have an intersectional solidarities laid by Muslim women. Not only in India, globally, Shaheen Baghs emerged, hundreds of Shaheen Bagh emerged across India and globally in protest. And you see women defending men. So the idea that Muslim women need saving from their men, these women just completely turned it around. Because men are at the threat of being lynched and being arrested, being criminalized. So women have become the wrap around them that we are the one defending. So it just challenged that equation as well. Young girls across faith background are holding hand in defiance of toxic masculinity, which is supported by global power, and they're saying, come walk with us. We have set out to save the country, come walk with us. So Muslim women have become central to saving India from fascism now. And then you have memes going around how they are standing up to police, how they are standing up to the Hindutva extremists to save India. Women are actually at the forefront of protests. Afrin Fatima, her home got demolished And bulldozer genocide is another thing happening in India. Demolitions of lands and properties of Muslims. But she is saying, student leader, they can't break us. They can break my house, not me. So these women are theorizing from the place of margin. They're teaching each other, educating each other beyond school, through book launches, through songs, through writing poetries. And they're widening our understanding of feminism that involves much more than gender parity. It includes consciousness of capitalism, racism, colonialism, imperialism, ableism, sexual-based oppression, and the environmental injustices. And they are creating some of the most transformative visions of justice. So women around the world from Muslim context are playing very key role. Now, I know that I'm running out of time, but I can talk about BLM, how Muslim women are leading some of those struggles. You have iconic images. And let's end with free. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. I think we can all agree that was really liberating. We really enjoyed your presentation. It's fascinating to see how these pieces all tie together and the intersections between race and gender and class. So thank you for that. I invite any questions. I have one for you already online from Bushra. And she's asking, what are the main arguments Muslim scholars advocate in response to the propaganda issued by the extremist far right against Islam? So a quite broad-based question.
I think it's a very good question. Shall we take maybe 3 questions and then I can.
Okay, sure. Are there any questions from the floor here? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's really brilliant. It's inspiring, like the best thing you can start our morning with. And my question is, you started talking about decolonization, started talking about westernized universities. My question is, how do you think we could approach this decolonization of our universities, our westernized universities, in which higher education is all about that Western exported history book that we all study, that we all fill our brains with? Thank you.
Very good questions.
Thank you.
One more.
I have one more for you. I have one more for you from Professor Shah Alam. If they speak, I'm presuming the protesters, if they speak against the present government, surely they'll be banned and harassed by the secular Hindus who raise voice in favor of Muslims. So I'm assuming there's some backlash for those who protest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you comment on that, please?
Can I add here? You mentioned the blog on Palestine. Do you want to say more about that?
Yes.
Thanks.
So now we have 4, Leila.
Sure. Thank you. No, I think it's a great question. Thank you for asking them. The first is, what are some of the main arguments against to fight against the far right extremism? Coming from India, what they're saying is we don't need saviorism. We need justice. We don't need charity. We need you to address the root cause of the problem. That is the first central argument. The second thing they are saying, if you want to come and help me, come not because I need your help, show up in solidarity because you also need saving. Now that's very important. Why? Because, okay, today what they're saying, you're coming for me. Tomorrow they will come for you, right? Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Today they're curtailing my agency, my freedom, killing me. Tomorrow that means that erosion of democracy helps no one, right? Hollowing out of freedom and human rights and agency helps no one. And what are they doing? Now another argument is scapegoat argument. What's happening is, and this is where another challenge for all of us is, globally, what's happening is climate change and climate injustice is ensuring that massive amount of people are having to leave where they have historically been. So they are on move. Globally, there is rise of far-right extremism that is playing the politics of us and them, right? So what they're doing, they're using this dominant group in power are the ones presenting themselves as victims. And who are they scapegoating? They're scapegoating socio-economically marginalized minorities in their respective contexts, which in India are Muslims and Dalits and Christians and Adivasis. And Muslims come from these backgrounds, right? So Muslims have become scapegoat. So that way the authoritarian doesn't have to take any responsibility. Oh, because they are the threats. They are the one brought coronavirus. They are the threat. Because of them, economy is going down. They are the threat. Because of them, we have security problem. So Muslims are the scapegoat is another key argument here. That so what they're saying, they're scapegoating in order to not take any responsibility towards egalitarian and transformative visions in India. And when it doesn't happen, it actually affects everybody. So they are making argument around solidarity versus careerism. They're unpacking the how Muslims are being treated as scapegoats, but the real issue is being masked. They're also saying address the root causes of problem. Don't just say that, oh, women, you need to just change yourself and take responsibility to change your circumstances. They think change the root causes of the problem. We're doing our role here. So these are the key arguments. The second, westernized university. How do we decolonize westernized university? So I would say, first step, you could also check your reading list, your curriculum. Think about whose standpoints, what are the silenced and subjugated voices. That does not mean that anything that comes from the West or any other part of the world we need to remove. I'm not saying that. Universality. All the voices, as Prophet Muhammad said, gain knowledge from wherever it comes. So we don't think in terms of binary of East and West, color. If those are standpoints, critical standpoints that widen everybody's freedom and agency and everybody's dignity, those arguments are welcome. But if those arguments are there to promote saviorism, like in that images or in that essay, which benefits only a particular social group at the expense of racism against the entire religion, culture, and people, then that standpoint is not emancipatory standpoint, right? So look at the beyond the skin colors and beyond the northerners, what are the standpoints? Capitalism got instilled through westernized university, which directly clashes so many value systems. So what are the clashes? There are egalitarian value systems that do not fit in the capitalist value system. The egalitarian value system, like respect for the environment, treating environment as nature as sacred, as guardian. Those standpoints are there in Islam, right? And not just in Islam, in other indigenous mythologies also, that treat nature as mother, in kinship relationship, treat it with dignity, it nurtures you, so you nurture it back. That doesn't fit with capitalist value, which treats nature as commodity, to be extracted and to be used for men, right? So look at the standpoints, bring in these egalitarian standpoints, right? Also, what is epistemic justice? Are critical feminist voices, critical Black voices, critical voices missing in the curriculum from our own context? Let's put it back. You know how Fatima Fahri is never mentioned in our feminist scholarship in the West? It's never mentioned. It's never mentioned that they see it as dark age. The dark age, where everybody was in the dark. But they miss the point that alchemy, chemistry, algebra, astronomy, medicine, ABC Alcasina's book, the major book was the fundamental text in medicine in Western Europe, right? Like our colleague here presented. So in a lot of curriculum, these contributions are erased, silenced. Let's bring them back, right? So how do we decolonize? Is through universality, addressing silences, and ensuring epistemic justice, bringing in standpoints that are egalitarian but have been marginalized through the effort to globalize capitalist system. Again, in capitalism, there is individualism, there is competition. There is no regard for equality. But you bring in collective justice from our tradition that talks about responsibility to the community. It talks against competition. It talks about peace and justice around, which is not there in capitalist value system, which promotes global hegemony for power and wars. Right? So let's bring back value system that's missing. So westernized, this is how we can decolonize. Now the third question is backlash. Very important question from online. Yes, there is a huge toxic masculine backlash. It's like patriarchs feel humiliation when women challenge the patriarchs, right? They see, oh, my honor is being challenged by these women, let me punish them. So yes, Shahin Bagh and their women have suffered from a lot of punishment. Their children have been picked up, put into the jail. Their neighborhood has been burned. Their houses are being destroyed. Yes, there is a huge backlash. But has that meant that the movement has disappeared? No, it hasn't. When people are oppressed, people don't become just victims. They also lead movements to resist that victimhood. So yes, there is a huge backlash. The fourth question, Palestine. So recently, some scholars in my center decided that they will write a blog. And I said, let's write in solidarity. So we did. We said how Palestine was under British mandate. We said how huge anti-Semitism and Holocaust of Jews in Europe, which is a problem, right? Instead of taking responsibility to rectify, they were made nation state here, and we talked about Nakba, we talked about ethnic cleansing, we talked about land displacement, we talked about the occupation in the West Bank and occupied Palestinian territories. We talked about siege for the last 16 years of Gaza. We talked about collective punishment today. We talked about seeing that right to defend is not exclusive to particular nations and groups. Right to self-defense is available to people who are oppressed. We talked about the tradition, within Jewish tradition as well, there is tradition of, so when Jews were being persecuted, there was a Jewish egalitarian tradition standing against the state which is violating the less powerful group. You see, that tradition is there to stand up against the state in policy that violates less powerful group, right? So we talked about all that. And what happened, then this blog was sent to universities, higher up people, they erased everything. Erase Nakba, erase Israel, erase British role, erase Holocaust, erase the ethnic cleansing, erase expulsion, erase seas, everything got erased. Left Hamas. As first sentence. Brought it as a first sentence. So it read like following Hamas. Subsequently, Gaza is devastated. You see the point?
Yes.
Huge erasure of injustices. Epistemicide right in front of my eyes in the blog that I wrote. my cohort has agreed to have these changes. I didn't. I did enormous risk to my own job. But these injustices have to be addressed. Right? So yes, that's the story of the blog. So finally it got published. I said, if you're not going to mention British role in creating this mess, if you're not going to talk about the state of Israel's, the founding is itself based on Rabat. If you're not going to talk about it, you're not going to talk about Hamas. If you want to apply humanitarian principle of mourning lives, you mourn all lives. If you're going to apply humanitarian principle, apply it consistently. So it was the same story, right? Don't show genocide, don't show land displacement, don't show racism against indigenous people, don't show the mining companies grabbing land, don't show propaganda, but show how we are coming to help you, to bring you out of your, your brown man oppressing brown women. We're coming here to save you. Stop that. Right? So yes, so that kind of knowledge production continues. That's the answer.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Sure. So I'll take one from the floor and have another one online.
So thank you so much for your very insightful presentation. I've really enjoyed and learned more, especially about jihad in the curriculum. It's like there was a puzzle missing because it's not really a topic of specialty, but it's like something I like to search. So that's really enlightening. So I would like to draw back to Gayatri Spivak's
Yes.
epoch-making question, can the subaltern speak?
Yes.
So I believe, like you talked about victimization, which I consider it's a sort of a confiscation of agency. So now in the era of digitalization, I'm an indigenous, I am an Amazigh, so we're indigenous peoples of North Africa. So there is actually a growing, a rising of indigenous activism, cyber activism to be more specific, due to the digitalization. So there is this notion that indigenous people are now unmuted, so they can speak, So there is this notion of democratization, but I always ask the question, can the subaltern act? And what are the limitations of this action? Because again, when this action takes place, it's sometimes read or interpreted as terrorism, for example. So what do you think about that, and how we can demystify this action, and what are the limitations of this action in a world that it's not only a mindset, but it's really the truth, and I quote an Amazigh.
Can I stop? Can you just get to the question? Because I'm going to
Yeah.
press for time.
Okay,
That's okay.
that's
Can the subaltern?
yeah. So can the subaltern act? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your question. One more, and this is the last one, unfortunately. It's another broad-based question. Where, in your opinion, is Islamophobia most common?
Where is it coming from?
Most common. Where would you most likely encounter it?
Oh, where is it most common?
Thank you.
Okay. So to answer your question, can the subaltern act? As I said, began, but not without backlash. I gave example from India, and we also have example that's live right now, right? Not very far from here. So it's very important that the responsibility to challenge operation does not fall only on historically marginalized social groups in our society. Those who come from dominant groups and benefit from being in the dominant groups have responsibility to become an ally. There is this false belief that truthful acknowledgement of history is dangerous. The truthful acknowledgement of histories and truthful acknowledgement of histories of land grab, marginalization, frauds and marginalization actually empowers everybody because then we all can live in dignity and safety and salam, right? So can they suppose them act? Yes, they can act, but with enormous injustice, continuing violence of their agency. And this is where it's very important that in each society, dominant groups have a special responsibility to become an ally. Second question, where do I encounter Islamophobia most? Of course, in the West, I cannot give you generalized answer for everybody, but I can give you only my personal answer. I grew up in rural India. You see, identities are heightened, politically heightened. But we are all intersectional and fluid identities, right? I'm a woman. I grew up as a girl, as a student, as somebody who loves plants, who is a gardener, who loves reading. I have so many identities, right? I like music. I like to go out for walking. I'm a walker. I'm a cyclist. We all have very different identities and multiple identities are fluid in us. They're contextually operating as well. So people, my friends, did not grow up with Islamophobia. I did not grow up with the idea of Islamophobia. But now it's there. But it's really funded through the war on terror agenda since 9/11 by the US foreign policy, right? So I encounter Islamophobia most in the West. And it's funded through. So Mostly Narzanin has this very important book, State, Social Movements and Islamophobia. She's in University of Exeter, and she talks about 5 pillars of Islamophobia. So she talks about the sources where it's coming from. And yes, it is coming from foreign policies in the West to foment Islamophobia.
That unfortunately closes our session with you. So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions as well.
Yes, they were great questions.
We have a very, very short transition. We need to start at 10:30, but if you want to grab a coffee and something, please do it in 2 minutes. Or, we'll start at 10:30, but we only have 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
No.
Just 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon for those online as well. Thank you for being with us. We will move on with our third panel. And our focus with this panel today is going to be on education initiatives and challenges for women. And we have 4 speakers. We will run the recordings as we've done before. And then we will open it with 4 questions and answers for after we complete all the presentations. Thank you. And Huda, will you please start the first one? Thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I want to say Alhamdulillah, thanks to God the Almighty that have given us the opportunity to encounter in this event, either in person or virtually through the internet. Thank you to the committees of the Symposium on Education in Muslim Societies, Women's Scholarship in Education, Pedagogy, Policy, and Development. Thank you also for choosing our proposal to be presented in this good event. We hope that this issue will attract the attention of Muslim community in the world to improve the quality of education. Before presenting, we would like to express our condolence and grief for the earthquake disasters that hit the city of Marrakech last September. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues and I, Hayadin from BRIN, Retno Listiarti from Federations of Indonesian Teachers Union, and Mr. Ilman Hashim from Indonesia Supreme Court has taken several discussions to prepare these presentations, with the title is Early Marriage and Female School Dropout in Muslim Societies, a classic problem with different causes in Indonesia. Why this is important? As an introduction, most of Muslim countries are underdeveloping countries, and it is risk of early marriage. Indonesia is one of the Muslim countries with the high rate of early marriage. In the late report of UNICEF said that India is #1 of country with high early marriage, and then Bangladesh, and then China #3, and Indonesia at #4. In early marriage, women face many consequences, mainly loss of opportunity to get a decent education and decent skills for life. Women's school dropouts still high frequently happen nowadays, even though the school are near. Some theoretical basis of the study. Both Islamic law and human rights law share the core value of ensuring equal rights and opportunity for both males and females, especially in the domains of education and life advancement. Marriage in Islamic jurisprudence is permitted after anyone reaches the age of puberty. Indonesia Marriage Law #1, 1974, the age of marriage was permitted at the 16 for girl and 19 for a boy. And then in the law #16, 2019, the age of marriage was permitted at the age of 19 for both girls and boys. So there is shifting from 16 to 19 for girl. The prevailing social construct historically designed that boy as the primary beneficiaries of proper education. Okay, there are many published literature articles and books that explained about school dropout and women early marriage. But however, there are still rare documents focused to explain the women's school dropout and early marriage. So this is the two issues we will discuss in these presentations. So we focus on these two questions. Number one, what factors have been contributing to the increasing trend of early marriages in the contemporary age of Indonesia? Number two, how was the early marriage affect female school dropout in Indonesia? To answer these questions, we used primary and secondary data, focus group discussions with teachers in school, headmasters, parents, and students to find information and data. Okay, here is the findings of our studies. Dropout rates in the last 5 years, but let us see the last 3 years after the stipend policy introduced in Indonesia. In the last 3 years, in 2020, there are 5,247 of women dropped out. In 2021, there are 4,500 of women drop out. In 2022, there are 4,561 of women drop out. The next data, this figure explains about the number of applications for underage marriage dispensations. In the last 3 years, we can see that there is still a high rate of early marriage. In 2020, there are 64,196 of underage marriage dispensation applications. In 2021, there are 62,913 of underage marriage dispensation applications. In 2022, there are 52,094 of underage marriage dispensation application. Yeah, however, there was a possibility of hidden early marriage recorded in court office, in religious court office. The other findings show us the triggered factors of women early marriage. There are cultural, pregnant out of wedlock, parental concerns of avoid adultery, low level of parental education, worried about something undesirable happening, promiscuity and lack of parental supervision, violate Islamic law, already closely related, worried about falling into disgraceful behavior, avoid public slander, have often slept together, reduce economic burden, and running away from home with their partners and boys and girls out of parent supervisions. Okay, the other findings, pregnancy out of feeding was one of the triggers of early marriage. This happened not only in remote area, but also in the cities, even in Jakarta as the capital city of the state of Indonesia. Female pregnancy students carry a heavy burden compared to the lesser responsibility experienced by their male counterparts. Parental, teachers, and school became reactive and blamed the students, boys and girls, who experience adultery. Parents make the decisions to marry off their daughters early for two primary reasons. One, to prevent pregnancy out of wedlock, and then the second, to ensure compliance with religious doctrines. Okay. From the descriptions of finding Bob, several important conclusions from the study was, first, until now, we stated that women's opportunities to obtain the decent education still face problems. This is not caused by the school being far from home or because schools are scarce as it was a long time ago, but because of early marriage. There are many contributing factors. One of the most related to the religious manners is worried about their adult daughters committing adultery. Marriage is a solution to avoid adultery, and the adultery itself had been contributed to the early pregnancy and lead to early marriage. Those women who experience early marriage search for informal ways to continue experiencing education and get skill for their life. Okay, this is the presentations of my team. Hopefully it's useful and we ask for response from participants and audience. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Merhaba and hello and welcome to all the participants at this year's Women in Education Symposium. I'd like to thank James for inviting me here to speak about my topic. My name is Bushra and I'm a postgraduate student at Ibn Haldun University, completing my master's in sociology. My topic deals with private schools in Turkey and specifically the kind of transformational paralysis that I've witnessed and seen in my research when dealing with these schools. Okay, so before I get right into the work, I'm just going to show you some pictures quickly, and I want you to bear with me. This is a staff picture of a school in Turkey. It's a very prestigious school. And here's another one. Okay, and this is the staff complement of this school. This is another school in Turkey, and this is another school. Okay, so I'm just going to stop here and ask this question. Do you think that this is indicative or representing Turkish society? If you asked me this question, I would say no, because Turkish society doesn't look like this. In fact, Turkish society looks a lot more like this. Okay, these are public schools. This is the staff complement of 4 different random public schools. And in public schools, you'll find teachers with scarves. And in a lot of private schools, you'll find teachers without scarves. Why? What's going on? My thesis is actually an inquiry into the marginalization of hijabis in the Turkish private sector, and I'm looking at why this discrimination has been allowed to persist despite Turkey being a Muslim majority society. Yes, it is secular, but why have we been okay with this discrimination for the past, I don't know how long. In 2011, the ban on scarves was lifted. So 10, 12, 13 years. Why has nothing changed? So I go deep into the attitudes of the private sector, specifically education, and I came across some interesting things. But first, why has it persisted for so long? Okay, to understand this, I'm just going to give you three main streams and explain that in detail. So historically, when the Ottoman Empire wants to modernize, okay, towards the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, what they start to do is they start to emulate European models, okay? And the rising new elite that rises up, you know, when the Sultanate gets abolished, they send their children to private schools, okay? These private schools were previously missionary schools, so they, you know, missionary schools have the agenda of pushing Christianity towards the population, and also they consisted of foreign schools. What there used to be in Turkey or in the Ottoman Empire was the madrasa system, where you would learn normal school subjects as well as Islamic studies as well. So these children, generation after generation of these children, are exposed to different incentives than the Turkish child, the average Turkish child, and they have different ideals. So what the school promises is this the attainment of a European life, the attainment of having European values and languages, and being able to travel Europe and to study in Europe when you complete school. And this is very appealing to the Turkish elite, and so begins a long process of generation of students actually going through the system. Okay. Then we get to the cultural power and paralysis situation, where we have Bourdieu explaining that the elite actually determines the cultural power within a society, and how this happens is because the elites, because they determine the educational structure, the institutions of a society, they also therefore by default control cultural power, which is the dominant ideology in society. And this becomes a cycle that can only be broken by a new elite. Now, I want to stop here and go back to the historical overview, because these elites have, the elite that was formed after the Ottoman Empire then goes on to rule Turkey until 2007, when a new power comes in to play. And the new power is not looking towards Europe as an ideal. So this is a long time, and this is part of the reason why it's been so ingrained within the old elite. Okay. Anyway, now I'm going to come back to the third perspective, which is the feminist perspective. This can also be looked at as a human rights issue, because the chosen ideology, which is laicite, which is the most extreme version of secularism, fundamentally undermines the principles of freedom. And it also violates women's rights. It violates the woman's right to choose what she wants to wear. Okay? And this argument is brought forth by Sabah Mahmoud, and we can see it as well. In today's France, we saw recently the abaya being banned in schools. And there was huge unrest because of that. And also we saw unrest in Turkey when the headscarf was banned. Let me just go back quickly to the historical overview again, during the time that the new Republican elites ruled Turkey, twice they banned the headscarf and all religious symbols from the public sphere. And this was devastating because this is a Muslim society, and Muslims were not allowed to listen to the adhan, to wear the scarf in public, in hospital. You couldn't go to school with a scarf. I mean, there was just a huge uproar about this twice. It happened twice in our history, okay? So, like Sabah Mahmoud says, what this does is it actually creates huge divisions in society. Okay, this extreme secularism. Then what I did was I focused on why this is going on for so long, and I also tried to understand what was the thinking of these schools. Was it just a kind of, hating of religion, or was it something else? And these are some of the extracts of my interviews that I did with I did interviews with teachers, with parents of students, and with managers and recruiters as well. The one in the middle stands out to me so much because this girl went to the interview. She was highly qualified, by the way. She had a good job in Qatar for 20 years. And she applied with her CV, and immediately the next day she got a call back. And then when she went to the place, they took one look at her and they said, sorry, we do not do hijab. Just like that. And when I heard this, I could just feel myself, relating so much, because this happened to me as well. And this is the reason why I did this study, because I realized that it was a problem with a lot of Muslim females who wore the scarf. And it just struck me as so odd that this was allowed in my country, that's a Christian country, South Africa, and it wasn't allowed in a Muslim country. It was quite eye-opening for me as well. So the literature of this phenomenon is actually quite old and outdated, because most of the researchers focused in the years when the ban was in place, but not many. I found one study that focused on the post-ban effect. And this was done in 2022. It was done on the private sector and the banking private sector. And what these researchers found, they found that women who wore the scarf would not only get turned down for interviews, which is what I'm discovering as well, but they were also, they were not given promotions. They were delegated to the back of the bank, some of them, and just plain open discrimination when they would find out that the woman wore a scarf. And then a seminal study done in 2011 by Dilek Chindo, she done a study on the effects of the ban, mainly. And what she found was that even though this was a public banning of the scarf, it led into the private. So veiled women in Turkey were discriminated against in the private sector as well. And now we just sit with the private discrimination, but also that they are discriminated by their gender and by their religion, which is a double whammy, actually. So my methodology, I did a two-pronged approach here, because I discovered that recruiters didn't want to speak to me because this is their job, and obviously they don't want to put their employee in a precarious position or anything. So I did get some interviews with them, but what I mainly discovered through them was that the recruiters were just used to try and sift out teachers who were religious or not. And by religious, I mean those who wore scarf, who were obviously religious because of their scarf, or so assumed. So I thought, okay, I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to use visual sociology as well as qualitative in-depth interviews to kind of get a sense of what's going on. The visual sociology that I use is basically on the internet. All schools have galleries, and in their galleries they have the staff photo. And from these photos, I could look at hundreds, even thousands of them, and try to see patterns of whether or not, they were employing teachers with scarves. I can tell you that about 90% of the private schools that I looked at were not employing women who wore the scarf, except for very newly opened Arabic schools. And by newly opened, I mean within the past 10 years. They accepted women with the scarf, teachers with the scarf. And then I did the in-depth interviews as well. These are still taking place, but as they're taking place, it's clear that there is a discrimination. It's clear that they are using underhanded tactics like putting CVs with pictures or using recruiters. It's clear to me as well that the Islamic schools that do accept teachers with a scarf pay much, much lower and are not at the same level as the private schools that do not accept scarves. And it's clear to me that they also do not wish to change. Now, interestingly enough, I spoke to some parents as well, and they said, because I'm a teacher myself, I spoke to many parents, five formally, but many informally as well. And parents would always tell me they did not mind what teachers looked like. It was actually the content and the knowledge that was important to them. So I feel as if these schools do not want to do research as well and find out what parents prefer, because what the recruiters told me was that the management of schools told them, we don't want teachers with hijab because they look too religious, and our parents don't want that. But every single parent that I've spoken to has told me that's not a problem at all. I need to delve a bit deeper in that because it could be that because they know me, they told me that, but I've never heard of parents actually having a problem with that. Because again, the teacher is there to teach the curriculum and to ready the child for the work environment and for life in general as well. So that's just a quick recap of what I just spoke about. Of course, this has been shortened for the presentation, but I go into much more depth within my paper. And I just want to leave you with this thing, with this little quote as well. There should be one goal for the educational system, and that should be to lead and to prepare children to enter careers and to become productive members of society. School should not be a place where we impose our ideologies on students. Please feel free to contact me or at my university. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Jalaluddin Jamila from Sri Lanka, PhD candidate at International Islamic University of Malaysia. My research topic, education achievements of students in single-parent mother-headed families, a critical study on selected secondary school in Sri Lanka. Introduction of this study, the family is crucial in determining children's educational development and future possibilities. The typical family unit, which consists of two parents living together, has changed over time, giving rise to a variety of different family structures. Single parenting today is a result of divorce, different types of separation, having children outside of marriage, or the death of one spouse, leaving the roles in the hands of the single parent. These households, which are frequently headed by mothers, confront particular difficulties that may significantly impact their children's academic success. The educational achievements of students are not only an individual accomplishment but also a reflection of societal values, opportunities, and support systems. While extensive research has explored the multitude of factors influencing students' educational outcomes, the experience and challenge faced by the students in single-parent mother-headed families have not received adequate attention, particularly within the context of Tamil medium secondary school in the Kegal zone of Sri Lanka. This research endeavors to address this gap in the exciting literature by the embarking on special study focused on the understanding the factors that shape the educational achievement of the students in single-parent mother-headed families. By delving into the unique challenges faced by these families and their children, this study aims to shed light on the complex interplay of social, economic, culturally, psychological, and educational factors that affect student performance in Tamil medium secondary school in the Kegal zone. Objective of this study to examine how a mother's education level influences children's educational attainment in single mother-headed household. Second objective, to find out the extent to which a mother's occupation contributes to the children's educational attainment in single mother-headed household. Third objective, to determine the extent to which mother's household income influences children's educational attainment in single mother-headed household. Questions of this research: how does mother's level of education in single mother-headed household affect on children's educational attainment influence? How does the mother's occupation contribute to the children's educational attainment in single mother-headed household? How does the mother's household income affect children's educational attainment in single mother-headed household? Literature review. Several literatures are there. Influence of single parenting on people's academic performance in basic school in one municipality. This research find out most students from single parents home have minimal parent involvement in their academic activities. Single parenting has a negative impact on students' academic performance. Another research from Nigeria, impact of the family on the academic performance of secondary school students in Yawa local government area of Ogun State, Nigeria. There is a considerable difference in academic achievement between pupils from single parent household and those from two parents. Another research from Tanzania, challenges single parents that students face education attainment Morocco municipality. This research find out the issues such economic hardship, lack of parental care, lack of socialization, lack of guidance and counseling, and lack of emotional support in single parent families led to poor performance and dropout of the students. Another research from Tanzania, Nigeria, single parent families and their infection on children, a study of Amazon community. The study find out younger children face greater problems than children who are a little bit more mature due to their trauma they face. Methodology of this study, quantitative analysis. The participants of the study has used students from families headed family, a single mother. Also, the questionnaire has used a data collection tool and data analysis, has used statistical rate base. Therefore, the quantitative research method is suitable. Population sample for the study. The population for the study, single mother students in Tamil medium school in Kegal region. For the purpose, students belonging to families with single educated mother in 5 Tamil medium schools were selected with the help of the principal and vice principal. 5 schools were selected, and from each school, 6 students were selected in groups of 7 from families headed by mothers who received separate education. The total number of students thus selected is 30. Discussion and findings of this study. How mother education level influence children's educational attainment. This objective above the table, based on the table above, 15% of the students disagreed with the statement that the mother's educational level is very helpful in doing their homework, while the 26.6% of students never agreed and 70% students have accepted. Next, only 16%, 16.63% of students agreed with the statement that my mother's educational level is very helpful in choosing the best environment for me to study. 33.33% of students have slightly accepted, and another 33.33% of students have not accepted. Another 16.6% of students were never accepted. 16.60% of students agreed with the statement that my mother's education level is very helpful in motivating me. 33.3% of students somewhat agreed. 33.3% of students disagreed, and 16.66% are never agreed. Next, how mother's occupation contributes to children's educational attainment. Examine the way in which a mother occupation influences the academic achievement of the student in single parent families. 50% students agreed with the statement that mother's occupation takes time to help students with their academic activities. 33.3% of students slightly agreed, 10% of the students disagree, and 6.6% students never agreed, not accepted. Also, 6.6% students agreed, 10% slightly agreed, and 15% disagreed with the statement that mother's place of work is helpful for my educational engagement. 33.3% students strongly disagree. Next, 6% of students agreed with the statement that my mother's working period did not hinder her involvement in my educational activities. 46.6% of students slightly agreed, 50% of students did not agree, and 6.60% of students did not agree to some extent. Next, how mothers' household income influence children's educational attainment. When examining the influence of mother's income on the educational achievement of students in single mother families, 50% students agreed with the statement that my mother's high income influenced my education. 33.3% students slightly agreed, and 16.6% students did not agree. 33.3% of students agreed with the statement that my mother pays school fee when necessary. 23.3% of students slightly agreed, 23.3% of students disagreed, and 20% students strongly disagreed. 16.6% students agreed with the statement that my mother income is enough to buy school supplies, and 16.63% of students slightly agreed. 33.38% of students agreed, and 33.3 students do not agree some extent. Next, 16.6% of students agreed that my mother's income is sufficient for my schooling. 16.6% of slightly agreed, 33.3 disagreed, and 33.3% students strongly disagreed. Finding of this study, mother's educational level has direct influence on the educational attainment of students. The educational level of the mother is found to be low to contribute to the learning level of the students. The nature of the mother work means that the period of working is less likely to help the student learning. Low income of mother can influence their education. Recommendation of this study: additional support should be provided by teachers in school to raise the educational achievement of the student with single mothers. The principals and teachers should take appropriate guidance to provide opportunities for scholarship grants, etc. Finally, conclusion of the study: when examine the educational attainment disadvantage of students with single mothers, the mother's education level influence the choice of the best environment for the students to perform and motivate them. Also, the nature of the mother's occupation, place of occupation, and working hours also influence the educational attainment of students. Also, in this study, it can be seen that the low family income of single mother has had adverse effect on the education of these students. Therefore, the aim of this study is the raise of the educational achievements of children in families with single mothers. These are the bibliography. Thank you all of you. Jazakumullah khaira.
Thank you.
Greetings. The topic of this study is the relationship between Syrian early childhood education teachers' autonomy, respect, engagement, and burnout in the war zone. My name is Dr. Mariam Sharifian. I am an associate professor of early childhood education and the executive director of Center for Innovation in Early Childhood Development at College of Education at James Madison University. I have done a few studies on teachers' burnout, resilience, and trauma in Syria, teachers who are actively in the war zone in Syria. And the studies that previously have done taught me a lot of lessons and basically changed my whole perspective towards education and teacher education specifically, and the importance of focusing on teachers' autonomy and teachers' respect, and most importantly, self-accomplishment in teachers. So this study is an ongoing study, and the focus is to continue the outcomes of the previous study that demonstrated teachers' resilience was extremely high, considering that the teachers were in active war zone in Syria. Their burnout level was low and the trauma was low. And I was very shocked by the results, but the lesson that I learned and the lesson that I brought to the United States to create teacher trainings focused on resilience was significantly important and still is. The ongoing conflict in Syria has significantly affected the education sector, leading to disturbed classrooms, limited resources, and increased stress level among teachers. It is crucial to examine how factors such as autonomy, respect, engagement influence early childhood education teachers' burnout levels in a challenging context, considering that the war is expanding these days, and our world is just engaged in conflicts in every area. It's Ukraine and Russia, and now currently Palestine and Israel, and it's heartbreaking to see how many innocent people are getting killed. And one of the important highlights is how the education will continue in such active war zones and in the environment that safety is not given. It's every day is a fight for staying alive, but at the same time you can't stop thinking about what is the future of these children if they have access to the education or not. And Syria is a great example to show that during the active war, teachers never stopped teaching, and they continued their important impact on early childhood and their teacher education field. So the next step that I would like to emphasize on is theoretical framework. The theoretical framework that we are focusing on is self-determination theory. The theoretical framework that is emphasized in this study, this SDT emphasizes on the importance of the autonomy, relatedness, and competence in promoting motivation, well-being, and engagement. This theory will provide a lens to understand the impact of autonomy and engagement on early childhood education teachers' burnout levels in the war zone. Methodology and methods of inquiry in this study. This study employed a mixed methodology research design, integrating quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis. The target population include early childhood education teachers working in the war zone in Syria. I call it war zone because there is no peace, if even it's a given that we are considering it peace, but in Western part of the world, but the reality is something different, and living in that conflict area is very different from what we experience in the United States. And the political environment of Syria has been very challenging to understand the difference between curriculum sectors in independent governments and Bashar Assad's government. So I'm no expert in this area, and I cannot provide comprehensive understanding of it. But my data is collecting from. I don't have identification of my participants for the confidentiality and their safety. The surveys that was utilized for this study to gather quantitative data were focused on autonomy, burnout, and engagement amongst teachers. And there was a semi-structured interviews conducted to create more comprehensive understanding of the quantitative data. Quantitative data collection instruments that were used were Pearson and Hall's 1993 Teacher Autonomy Scale Likert Scale survey consisting of 20 statistically validated statements was used to collect data on autonomy. The Maslach Burnout Inventory, MBI, a survey consisting of 22 statements related to education field, was used to collect data on teacher burnout and assessed participants on 3 scales: emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and personal accomplishment. And lastly, the Schaffley and Becker's 2003 Work and Wellbeing Survey, a survey consisting of 17 job-related statements, was used to collect data on teacher engagement and assessed participants on 3 scales: vigor, dedication, and absorption. Additionally, as I briefly mentioned, semi-structured interviews were conducted to collect qualitative data on coping mechanism and individual experience with respect and recognition from parents, students, and colleagues. For the data analysis, quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics and interfacial analysis, such as correlation and regression analysis. Qualitative data was transcribed, coded, and analyzed genetically to identify patterns and themes. This study is in progress. There are no final results. The researchers found that despite the immense challenges presented by the war, Syrian educators are highly engaged in their work. Although experience varied depending on demographic, many communities in Syria view jobs in the education field as vital and acknowledge the challenge that educators face. The respect and recognition, along with the personal values, contributes to high level of teacher engagement. Although Syrian educators are experiencing emotional and psychological strain, they manage to pour themselves into their work rather than burning out by utilizing several different strategies. And one of the most important words is religion and spirituality, peer community support, and creating a sense of normalcy within their classrooms. They emphasize that they're caregivers, and after the parents, they're immediate caregivers, and their role is not just teaching. They're acting as the psychologist, the parent, the nurse, and any kind of role that you can, a friend. And this all different hats that they're wearing, and it's not just being a teacher in terms of just teaching every day. They have to consider themselves to support the child in all different aspects of the child, and with several different needs. perceived teacher autonomy levels, of course, considering that this data is in progress, very low, but did not appear to negatively affect teacher experience. Since Syrian curriculum, especially now these days, the curriculum is very much changed, and it is influenced by political approach. So it depends on what part of Syria the curriculum that is utilized has a lot of approach towards creating that side of political governors infused into the curriculum, and it is highly structured, and there are lack of resources that decreased opportunities for autonomy for teachers. Inside of this study, the insights from this study is the Syrian war has had a devastating impact on the country's education system, particularly in early childhood education, and Syrian teachers have been fighting for quality education for the past 11 years. This research investigating the early childhood teachers' autonomy, respect, engagement, and burnout in the war zone. By understanding these dynamics, I think policymakers and educators can develop targeted intervention to support teachers and enhance the quality of education for young children. And hopefully the study such as the study not only brings attention to Syrian teachers, which right now, considering the war, going through several ongoing war, Syria is forgotten, and bringing the attention to people who are still fighting in their silence is very important. And also the outcomes of their beautiful work and dedication to education throughout these years. They have created strong and significant strategies for creating an ongoing education system, and never gave up on education. They always, in my previous study, the first message was like, education is a solution to the war, and that's the next generation depends on education. And that's the only way that the children can save themselves. It's a strong approach towards the importance of and critical role of education in the lives. That learning from them, it would be an impactful resource for teachers in other parts of the world that they are struggling with the ongoing conflict, and they have to find a way under attack in active war to be able to continue their commitment to education. Thank you for your attention. This is my email address if you need to contact me.
Thank you for all our presenters. If you are with us, please their videos.
They're all online.
Online. Pictures, maybe? Videos?
No, ask them to turn on videos. And
can you turn on your videos? Whoever is online, so I can see. I mean, our presenters only, not for today, for this time. Can we get the lights on again? Thank you. So we've had several presentations this morning. We had one from Indonesia regarding early marriages in Indonesia and some data that they presented on this study. Then we had Bushra from Turkey, who looked at the issue of women who wear the hijab in the private school. And then we had our presenter, Jalaluddin from Sri Lanka. I think she's also with us. And then Mariam, who I don't see her with us online, so we will not have questions for Mariam. We will focus on the presentation from Indonesia, Turkey, and Sri Lanka. I just want you to all know for our audience online and in person that we received like more than 150 abstracts for this symposium, and we had to sit through all of them to choose the most relevant, the highest quality, the most current and thematic topics that are important for us. So it's not just that. And then imagine after that, all of those who got accepted had to record the presentations, and then we reviewed the presentations. Actually, some of them put the Sukaina did some of the reviews to make sure they are of high quality. And despite that, there are little technical things, and sometimes presenters miss some of the information that's pertinent to the study. I'm saying that so you realize how much work has been done in the background, but also to say that some of the presentations may sound that they are incomplete or missing some data or information on methodology, which I noticed in you. But that's to say that we are urging people to develop these into masters that we talked about yesterday. And when they do that, if there are missing pieces, they all need to come together to present a qualifying and then a high quality manuscript or review essay or whatever they decide to do. And so I have questions regarding methods, and that's why I'm giving this introduction to our presenters. The first one from Indonesia. I have some questions on the methodology, and then our Bushra from Turkey also on methodology. And then for Jalaluddin from Sri Lanka. But before I go into the methodology, I would like to see if there are people who have questions to those three people. And do we have the microphone available? We'll start with Hanan, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Selma. Start with Hanan, Selma, and then Dr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, wherever they are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So I've got two questions for the first speaker, I think from Indonesia about child marriage or early marriage. Now, one of the things they talked about, one of the factors why parents would, allow their children to get married in such an early age is maybe out of wedlock pregnancy. Now, that's an interesting thing to happen because automatically to be able to go into a sexual intercourse, get pregnant and all that, you should be in a certain age. So if you are kind of in that age where you understand what a sexual intercourse is, where maybe you could get pregnant, is it actually early marriage? Okay, what makes the law of early marriage? What is actually early marriage, and who decides on what is an early marriage? Okay, so that's my first question. My second question is for Ms. Bushra about when she talked about how schools actually kind of marginalize females with the scarf or with hijab. Now, I kind of had this kind of experience when I wanted to work abroad in this country, and they saw my CV, they reviewed my resume, we had an interview and all of that, but right at the end of the experience, they said, what about your hijab? Once you get here, what are you going to do? I said, I will just keep it. And they said, oh, well, it's not possible. So how about maybe you keep it, but in school, once you come to school, remove it. I said, I can't. They said, you know what? Once you come into the classroom, remove it. And I said, I can't. Then, okay, I had to let go. So it was kind of frustrating. So eventually they said that because I will be teaching English, I cannot be doing this because it's not representative. So my question for Bushra, is it like the same for all school subjects? I mean, regardless of what the teacher would be doing, Islamic studies, Arabic studies, whatever, she should not be wearing a hijab. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it seems like our team from Indonesia is not online, so I will wait on that first question on early marriages. But Bushra, do you want to take this question about the topic and the content of whatever you're teaching and its relevance to hijab or no hijab, right? That's the question. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sure. It shouldn't. Actually, the thing is, so this kind of worldview that we've normalized, that women who wear the scarf can't be teaching certain subjects, English or whatever. It's it's not a it's not it's not something to be normalized. And especially within Muslim societies, if we want to change the narrative within our own, in the outside world, and how they look at us, shouldn't we be changing the narrative within our own societies, within our own schools? And so it doesn't matter what subject you teach. It shouldn't matter at all whether you teach English or maths, whether you wear the hijab or not. What you wear on your head is a reflection of your inner values, sure, but you're there to teach the curriculum. And so in my case, or the cases that I studied, it was for all subjects: English, schools, international schools where you teach maths and science as well. Yeah, I hope that answers it.
Thank you. Okay, and we go to Selma.
The Indonesian brother is online.
We go to Selma. Yes, thank you. Dr. Mehra, did you hear the question? The first question?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're answering on his behalf.
No, please be online.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Will you start first?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much again for the enriching and interesting insight you shared so far. Well, my question is for Dr. Bushra. In Turkey, how do policies regarding the hijab intersect with other aspects of identity, such as race or ethnicity within university or school settings? Thank you.
Okay, so the policy in Turkey is it is to allow private companies to private companies are, well, private schools, if they are religious schools and if they are explicitly religious in their vision and mission, then they are allowed to discriminate. So, for example, you've got Islamic schools that have teachers in hijab and would prefer to hire teachers in hijab, but they are explicitly religious schools. The schools that I'm focusing on is there's about 6,000 in Istanbul alone. Sorry, 6,000 in Turkey, excuse me. And these are private schools that have been here for a very long time, and they are elitist in their thinking and in their hiring policies. And the Turkish constitution doesn't allow actually for discrimination. What they're doing is actually it is illegal according to the constitution, but then you've got this clause in the law sector, in the laws, sorry, which says that private companies can hire according to the way they wish, but the overriding law is the one that says you're not allowed to discriminate based on religion. So that's why they do it underhandedly. Sorry, I don't know if I answered your question correctly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think Selma is nodding that you answered. Thank you. For Dr. Hayaddin, I don't know if you heard the first question. The first question was related to the difference between early marriage as a law of the state of Indonesia versus sexual intercourse at a young age. Did you differentiate between those two in your research? That's the question, right? Can you hear us? And please unmute yourself.
Do you mean there are any questions for my presentation?
Yes.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry for coming late. Can you
Can you hear
repeat
me
the
okay?
okay? Can you repeat the
Sure.
question?
Yes, yes. So the question is, in terms of the research study you've done, are you defining early sexual intercourse at an early age in a different way than you are looking at early marriage as a state law, as a policy or a practice?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I catch the question about the sexual intercourse happened before early marriage. Is that right?
Yes, and
Uh,
differentiate between both, because you could have sexual intercourse without being married and nobody knows about it. But you talk about early marriage and becoming pregnant, and that leads sometimes into early marriage, right?
Yeah. Actually, in some cases, there is a negative fact that happened to gear what so-called sexual intercourse before marriage or before they come to the suitable or eligible age to marriage, and it was caused a pregnancy, and they have they banned to present the school, and they became dropout. Is that the answer needed for the question? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, maybe I will follow up with a broader question on your presentation and your study. I wasn't clear. You have conducted focus groups and talked to parents and maybe also students. I wasn't sure, but I have a question regarding like the themes that emerged from your focus groups. Were these 3 themes you mentioned, did they emerge from these focus groups, or where did they come from? Like this whole idea of linking early sexual intercourse, pregnancies with early marriage. Did this something come out of your focus groups as a recurring theme, or interviews, or can you say more about that?
Oh, yeah. Actually, it's from interview. We find the data from the parents of the girl who acting of early marriage. As I said in my presentation, that the data came from the religious judicial court that have big data of early marriage in Indonesia, and the religious court, depending the data in the parental of the early marriage girl, and the parent said what the actual happening that caused the girl have to experience early marriage.
Yeah, and this is my opinion, and we might, disagree on this, but when you are doing a study on early marriages, don't you want to talk to those girls who got married early too? Not just the parents, but that's just a thought for you as you develop this, hopefully into a more comprehensive manuscript. We will move to Abdullah. You had a question, right?
Bushra is not here.
Bushra is not here. She's here.
She dropped.
But she's here. She's just not on video. I see her. Here she is.
Bushra, thank you for your nice presentation. I'd like to ask you, hijab is allowed allowed in government school in Turkey by the government?
Yes. So the hijab was banned in Turkey, in Turkish government schools and in the public sector. It was banned twice in 1997 and in the early 1980s. But now it is allowed, yes. So you've got this big difference between the public schools having hijabi teachers, having hijabi students, and then you've got the mostly private schools who don't. Yeah.
Thank you. And we have a question for actually also for Bushra, but let me ask Jalaluddin a question before we go back to Bushra. I felt like I needed more information regarding, again, what you use, your survey that you used to talk to figure out whether there is a connection, a link, a correlation between single family household run by mothers, as I understood from your study, and the education of their children. Did you ask questions regarding socioeconomic status, wealth, jobs? And I know you went through some of the slides, so I apologize if I missed anything on jobs, but can you say more about that as well? And I don't know if you had you said mixed methods, did you, or was just a survey? How many people? Did you also do interviews? Did you learn something new from talking to these mothers, if you did that at all? Thank you. And you need to unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Jalaluddin, Jamila.
I've asked her to unmute.
Yes, please, could you please ask again?
Didn't get it.
I didn't get.
Sure. Can you hear me now? Stay unmuted. Okay, yes, stay, don't mute yourself. I'm asking you for your study on single family household run by mothers and the survey you've done. What was the sample size? How many women? Did you use mixed methods and looked at and talked to these mothers? Did you have data on socioeconomic status and their jobs, for example? Did that make a difference in the results? These kind of questions.
I use survey method, only quantitative. I choose 30% of sample from students. I selected 6 schools, and each and every school I selected 5 students from 5 students, single mother-headed family, and I gave questionnaire to fill it, and in job some mothers are doing the jobs and some mothers doing self jobs at home. Did you get it?
But didn't interview.
But didn't
interview parent.
but I didn't interview the parent. Did you get?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So how many students did you interview, or did you run the survey?
30, I gave questionnaire 30 students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so
30,
much.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we have an online question, 2 questions for Bushra. Regarding, were there others here? Salma again? For Bushra? And let me ask her the question I have, and then I'll turn it to you, and this will be our last question before our lunch break, okay? So Bushra, online, there's a question online asking whether the hiring of, in private schools, the hiring of teachers who are in hijab or not in hijab, is it related to the socioeconomic status, the
lack of symmetry in private schools, meaning that, private schools represent the elite. Is there any discrimination that is related to that in your opinion? And then I think you answered that question regarding the laws in Turkey that discriminate the other way around. Like, are there places where women in hijab, schools with women in hijab do not accept women who are not in hijab?
Okay, to the first question, I'd say it's both. So it's discriminatory to the woman who's experiencing it, obviously, but not to the schools themselves. They don't see it or view it as discriminatory. They see it as this is the secular worldview that was imparted by Atatürk to us, and we have to value and honor that above everything else. So they obviously, because this is more, I'd say, in the elitist group, which controls and dominates the whole cultural sphere, I'd say that so they don't see it as discriminatory at all, but the woman who experience it, they do. Okay, so obviously the elite, he wishes to keep his lifestyle the way it is, with Islam in the background, far away, and not seen within education or even in the public. It makes them uncomfortable. It's a deep issue within Turkish politics as well, and I'd say that people are very much aware of it. But me, as an outsider coming in, I was more, I think, enraged with the fact that it was accepted. So it really starts from there, and who's experiencing this discrimination as well. Yeah. And the second question I answered that? Yeah.
Regarding reverse discrimination, women, schools with women who wear the hijab and hiring someone who's not wearing the hijab.
The reverse situation is usually it's not the same, because you have to say whether your school is an Islamic school or a secular, non-religious affiliated school. So if it is Islamic, of course, you would then apply the rules of having teachers in hijab, preferably. I mean, there are non-teachers in it. There are teachers without hijab as well. But then if you're a secular school, you should be showing everybody, because now you have no religion, and that's not the main focus. It's education. So why don't you represent everybody in the society? Why are you blocking a large component of society out, essentially?
Okay. Selma?
My question is for you, Bushra. What efforts are made to address the potential psychological and emotional impact on students when their religious attire is restricted within the academic environment? We saw the example of Hanan when she applied for an English teacher, and she had a problem according to her outfit. So thank you so much.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? When I was doing this research, and while I'm still going deeper into it, I realized that actually this is not just, it is a Turkish problem at the moment for me, but it is actually a problem within Islamic and Muslim societies as well, where the woman with the scarf is seen as as someone who is hindering progress or modernity or something like that. There's some kind of underlying currents as well. I mean, if you apply to a school in, for example, Dubai or Qatar with your scarf as well, you get a lower salary than somebody who would be without the scarf and more Eurocentric looking, for the same job with the same qualifications. So something's going on here. and I'm looking within Muslim society specifically because it's not that I can understand it if it's coming from France or the USA. But within Muslim society, I really don't understand it. And no, there is nothing in place to help students cope with this dichotomy, actually, that they would experience if they wish to wear the hijab, and it's a very secular kind of school. Yes.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Hayadin, do you want to answer the question regarding interviewing, talking to women who were involved in early marriages? Why is this outside the scope of your study?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to check with you before we conclude whether you want to say something about why did you not interview, or maybe you did not have access to women who got married early and you focus only on the parents. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, but I don't get the question. What's about?
Okay, it's okay. We can leave that for later, and we can think about that, and hopefully we will communicate regarding this and other results and everyone's presentation. Once you hopefully inshallah submit for publication as well, we will communicate around these kinds of issues. I don't have, Mariam is not online to answer the question regarding Syria, but I want to thank everyone who has been with us online as well.
Still 4 minutes. Can I just say something?
Do you have a question?
I just wanted to add a comment, but I can see there is 4 minutes.
3 minutes. You didn't even raise your hand. I didn't see you. If you did, I'm sorry. Nobody had the hand raised.
No, it's my fault, basically.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. These presentations were very thought-provoking, and I think I really want to commend them for provoking, stimulating inquiries, further inquiries. And what some of the presentations also show me the colonization of the mind, right? So what Bushra is really clearly colonization of the mind through seeing our own selves through Eurocentric perspective of backward and advanced through the case study of hijab. So I think really good. Now I just wanted to make 2 comments, but as an invitation to think further. Now, in one of the presentations, they said that education shouldn't be ideological. It should about promoting, economic growth and. But those are also human capital ideologies. Can education ever be neutral? Whether neutrality itself is a political ideology, So I think an education may mean many things for many people are developing, freedom, agency, environmental justice. So these are all ideologies. So the question is, which ideologies? So I think just an invitation to one of the speakers not to see education as something neutral, but any position is a position and an ideology. Secondly, there was a discourse about resilience.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with the discourse of resilience, it puts the onus on people themselves to, for the problem that's created through border geopolitical economic. So the discourse of resilience is deliberately pushed by the World Bank, by OECD, by powerful actors to put the onus back on people to suffer and suffer with more efficiency.
Totally agree.
So I think,
especially, with children, we call it in Arabic sumud. And if you watch all the kids from Gaza, they talk about sumud. We are like we're resilient. But how can you ask a child to be resilient in this situation? We're asking too much of the children.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight. Okay. Last call. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And apologies to the team in Indonesia. I don't think we were able to hear each other well, but thank you for your participation.
Yeah,
and for
thank
your
you.
Thank you.
hard work on your
Thank you,
research.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we have our lunch break. And we will be back sharp. Hopefully we can make it today at 1:30.
1:30.
And what is our Sukaina? She's not here.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome back after lunch. Right after lunch, alhamdulillah, we are here. We look forward to our next set of presentations from Elma Bega, Ali Riza Iskand, Ambreen Sultan, and Elma Hariani. So those are the 4 presentations we have now. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ermal Bega. I am an Orientalist and cultural researcher from Albania, and I do represent Albanian Center for Oriental Studies, of which I am the executive director of it. Concerning, in relation to this conference in Rabat, Morocco, the subject of my paper is higher education versus non-formal education among the Albanian Muslim women in the 20th century and beyond. As we know, the education of Muslims is the most important thing that Allah asks from us, and about which Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, has advised us a lot. This is a duty for every Muslim, being male or female, but the education of the Muslim woman is the most important in Islam. Islamic history has shown us that the first person who accepted Islam was Khadija, the famous wife and beloved one of our Prophet Muhammad. This incident not only prompted us to meditate, but also shows us that Khadija herself, in addition to the trust she had in her husband as a just and honest person and man, asked him to learn more from the knowledge that it was revealed to him by the Almighty Allah. The same path is followed by many other women who became later on an important part of Prophet's life, such as Fatima and Aisha, and more respectively, the beloved daughter and the other wife of the Prophet, Messenger of Allah. Many important women in Islamic history have been known as initiators and supporters of knowledge, such as was Fatima al-Fikhri from the city of Karaouin in Tunis nowadays, Tunisia as a country, known as the founder and the financer, knowing as the founder and for financing this university called Al-Karaouin Mosque and University in the city of Fez in Morocco during the Abbasid Caliphate. As we know also, during the history of Islam among Albanians, there are many Albanian Muslim women who have been great supporters and of various knowledge. Meanwhile, only since the beginning of 20th century, when Albania was detached from the Ottoman Empire or Sultanate, until today in 2023, many changes have been taken place in Albanian society in Albania and in the other Albanian lands, including the education of Albanian Muslim women. We know that Albania has been part of Ottoman Empire for more than 5 centuries. So the education of Muslim Albanian women started from that time, but we are mostly concentrated in our topic in the education of formal and non-formal of Albanian Muslim women only in the 20th century and beyond, which means after the detachment of Albania from the Ottoman Sultanate. To make it separately as a proper history about the topic. So as I mentioned, many things happened during these years since the detachment of Albania, and then especially during the communism time, when Albanian women had no freedom of studying. And then we'll start again from the 1990s when the communists fell down in Albania and a new era started for the Muslim Albanian woman in this regard. Albanian Muslim woman or Albanian Muslim women in general have a very special importance in Islam. Her education and her nature has a very importance in Islam, and she is regarded highly and valued, whether as a woman, as a sister, as a mother, a wife, and daughter. Therefore, the education of women has been always one of the basis and conditions, one of the conditions of the Islamic religion. Allah Almighty Himself, the Holy Quran, and the Prophet Muhammad, as the initial of the most important sources for Muslims and the whole of humanity, have their own principles for the education of Muslims. So, for the long 15th century of Islamic history, it has shown and marked the event of and happenings of the lives of many great
I think it's the internet. Yeah. Lina? Where's Lina? Internet. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think it's our problem. It's not.
No, it says connecting.
Nothing ours and from the laptop of Sukena. Wait, I'm gonna see.
I have a connection here. Oops. Is it this, you think?
Yes.
Am I connected to this?
No.
Can you connect me to this?
Yes, of course.
I thought this is.
We have to mention also that there are some research questions which we mentioned as what were the historical reasons that were experienced by Albanian Muslim women, and how can the education of this woman change more for the better from non-formal education at home alone, or maybe in the mosque and meetups, and only from religious studies to the higher education of those women. First question, theoretical question, and the second question is, what about the education of Albanian Muslim women? How has it happened throughout history until today in 2023? As for the literature review, I mentioned we found a lack, but we found some sources written by Albanian Muslim scholars about the education of Muslim in Albania in general, which concludes even the education of women. And most important, it is to mention that as Albania was detached by the Ottoman Empire, we as a country remained as an orphan in middle of Europe, orphan Muslims in this regard. And it was a situation that we couldn't have any influence by the Ottoman Islamic community, which means we are separated and we were trying to find a solution how to educate our Muslim compatriots. And one of them, I can mention, it was Hafid Ibrahim Daliu, who is considered the founder of the first madrasa, private school or high school for the Albanian Muslim women in Albania. So this is important that such great Albanian Muslim scholar established a high school only for Albanian Muslim women. But in that time, it wasn't considered a madrasa, which means an Islamic madrasa, but it was considered a high school. Methodology of the this paper is by choosing the way of what happened by showing the story from the beginning of 20th century when we separated from Ottoman Empire, how it goes during the kingdom time, and then how it goes the education of Muslim women during the communism, and then after democracy, and what were the challenges they faced in our society. And findings will be by meeting the people who still are alive in Albanian Muslim society until today. And I met them and we had interviews with them by asking them how it was the education of Muslim women before the advent of communism and during communism and until today. One of them is the former director of the Islamic Madrasa in Tirana, capital of Albania, which I met, and I asked him to give me some information about findings concerning to this paper. And finally, conclusion, it is that we think that the education of Albanian Muslim women, as we have shown above, has experienced various stages of difficulty in her education in the 20th century, not only after the detachment of Albania from the Ottoman, not only because of detachment of Ottoman Empire, but even during the Albanian Muslim community, which was newly established in those days during the kingdom time. And we think overall that the education of Muslim women in Albania, besides facing so many troubles and challenges, it is important to educate her, being our children or our daughters, our wives, or our compatriots, for the better of Albanian Muslim society, as it is considered the biggest Muslim society in Europe of nowadays. And we hope that this paper will be helpful for the researchers to know more about the situation of Muslim women in Albania. Thank you, and see you soon.
Honorable guests and respected audience, it is my pleasure to present my paper in the Symposium on Education in Muslim Societies, Women's Scholarship and Engagement in Policy, Pedagogy and Development. So my name is Ali Raza. I am an undergraduate student. Currently I am pursuing my bachelor degree in Islamic law under the Faculty of Sharia at Darul Islamic University, located in southern Indian state, Kerala. So the title of my paper is The Role of Malala Yousafzai in Advocating for Girls' Education in Muslim Majority Countries, Challenges and Achievements. So I begin by acknowledging the undeniable truth that access to quality education for girls in Muslim majority countries like Afghanistan remains a critical and ongoing challenge. Discriminatory cultural norms, gender-based violence, poverty, and inadequate infrastructure continue to hinder the educational opportunities of countless girls. However, amidst these challenges, Malala emerged as the advocate present my paper in the Symposium on Education in Muslim Societies, Women's Scholarship and Engagement in Policy, Pedagogy and Development. So my name is Ali Raza. I am an undergraduate student. Currently I am pursuing my bachelor degree in Islamic law under the Faculty of Sharia at Darul Islamic University, located in southern Indian state, Kerala. So the title of my paper is The Role of Malala Yousafzai in Advocating for Girls' Education in Muslim Majority Countries, Challenges and Achievements. So I begin by acknowledging the undeniable truth that access to quality education for girls in Muslim majority countries like Afghanistan remains a critical and ongoing challenge. Discriminatory cultural norms, gender-based violence, poverty, and inadequate infrastructure continue to hinder the educational opportunities of countless girls. However, amidst these challenges, Malala emerged as the advocate for the girls' education. Malala Yousafzai became the youngest ever Nobel Prize winner for her fight for her right to education. Her relentless advocacy for girls' education, despite grave threats to her own safety, took her global attention. In 2012, she survived a targeted assassination attempt, further propelling her cause onto the global stage. So the objective of this paper, which are questions that is addressed in the paper, is a comprehensive examination of Malala Yousafzai's advocacy for Muslim girls, equal right to education, challenges she faced on her journey, the strategies she employed, and her remarkable achievements, the remaining barriers in girls' education, and the future directions for advancing gender equality in education within Muslim majority countries. So the methodology used in this paper is a mixed methods approach combining both qualitative and quantitative data collection and analysis. So moving to the findings of this paper, Malala Yousafzai encountered multiple challenges during her advocacy journey. First of all, Malala bravely stood up against the Taliban's oppressive policies, particularly their ban on girls' education in her home region after they came into power. She faced the threat of violence and, as we know, survived a targeted assassination attempt. Her advocacy challenged deeply ingrained cultural norms and traditional gender roles, especially in Muslim majority countries, and the patriarchal attitudes and resistance to change posed significant obstacles to her work. And thirdly, the persistent danger to Malala's safety and that of her family underscored the grave risks associated with her advocacy. Living under constant threat was a harrowing experience for her and her family. While media attention amplified her message, it also subjected Malala, challenging her authenticity and intent in public. That why she is doing these, what motivates her for these, is it a kind of a show off or willing to be a media influencer? This type of questions arise in her work. And moving to the strategies that Malala employed in her work and throughout her journey, that in response to these challenges, after she was taken to Birmingham for her operation, after a shot and she got cured, she became more concentrated on her mission for girls' education. Malala employed several ingenious strategies for her mission. First of all, like authoring books. Malala authored books for her mission. Her first book was I Am Malala, the Girl Who Stood Up, was published in 2013, which portrays Malala's experience in being shot by the Taliban due to her standing up for educational rights. The book ultimately highlights her wisdom and compassion and her courageous efforts in fighting for girls' education. Also in 2017, she wrote a beautiful children's book which is titled as Malala's Magic Pencil. It is a heartwarming story about the magic pencil she used to change the world. Secondly, establishing the Malala Fund. In 2013, she established the Malala Fund, an organization dedicated to advocating for girls' education and investing in education initiatives worldwide. The fund is mainly focused on helping girls like in India, Brazil, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkey, Lebanon, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. The Malala Fund supports educational activists and volunteers in these countries who are working to make education a reality for all girls. This provided a structured framework for her advocacy. And Malala engaged with world leaders and international platforms, advocating for policy changes that support girls' education. Her speeches at the United Nations and meetings with influential figures underscore her global impact. Fourthly, empowering local communities. Malala recognized the importance of grassroots initiatives and engaged with local communities. She emphasized the compatibility of education with cultural values and religious principles. The Malala Fund has helped establish multiple schools. Malala used the money she got and obtained from her Nobel Prize to establish a school in Swat Valley, which is where she is from. Malala promised in 2014 that she would have a school established there at some time in future. She came through with her promise and created a wonderful school for girls. And the sixth strategies she employed that as an UN Messenger of Peace, Secretary General Antonio Guterres designated Malala as the United Nations Messenger for Peace in 2017 to help raise awareness of the importance of girls' education. A UN Messenger of Peace is an individual identified for their efforts related to their public involvement and are designated to use their efforts alongside the United Nations. Malala used her position to urgently promote girls' education rights at New York's UN headquarters. Also, most importantly, she also patronized the Nobel Cup organization, which seeks to provide free menstrual cups to girls and women in Ethiopia. In 2019, in an interview, she also promoted this organization. In this interview, she said, "We need to support the work of local female leaders like Sarah, who are leading the fight to ensure the menstruation doesn't stop girls for completing their education." So, helping this was also to remove the hindrance in their way of education, especially for girls. Now, moving to the remaining barriers and some future directions. However, these are substantial challenges that persist, for example, cultural norms, gender-based violence, socio-economic disparities, and inadequate resources continue to obstruct girls' education in many Muslim-majority countries. And achieving gender equality in education requires addressing deep-rooted gender inequalities within educational systems, curricula, and social structures. And thirdly, investment in educational infrastructure and resources remains a critical component in advancing girls' education. So finally, in conclusion, Malala Yousafzai's advocacy journey is not just her history, it's a history of courage. It reminds us that advocacy can be a catalyst for profound change and that education is the cornerstone of empowerment. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amreen Sultan. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Economics at International Islamic University, Malaysia. The topic of my presentation is Empowering the Next Generation, Future Literacy and Youth Development in Muslim Societies. This is the outline of my presentation. Introduction. Due to globalization, the youth in Muslim societies find themselves grappling with complex societal drivers of change, including disruptive technological innovations and shifting geopolitical and socioeconomic landscapes. The youth population is key to achieving development goals both now and in the future. As the eminent leaders, changemakers, innovators, and influencers, there is a need to nurture the potential of youth in the right direction. OIC member states are home to 350 million youth, accounting for 18.5% of their total population. OIC member states together account for 29%, which is slightly above 1/4 of the world's total youth population. According to UN's World Population Prospects, by 2050, OIC member states are projected to account for more than 1/3 of the world's young population. This paper uses post-normal time theory and stresses that in these unprecedented times, the social inclusion of youth is imperative to achieve a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for Muslim societies. This can be achieved by cultivating a future-thinking mindset in youth via future literacy. So what is the state of youth in OIC countries? The youth average literacy rate in OIC member states remained lower than that of non-OIC developing countries. Youth labor force participation in OIC countries also remained the lowest as compared to non-OIC developing and developed countries. Youth unemployment rate in OIC countries remained the highest. Similarly, economic inactivity among youth in OIC countries remained the highest. So what is the state of education in Muslim societies? Education in Muslim world is facing a crisis, writes Anwar Ibrahim in the foreword of Revitalizing Higher Education in Muslim World by Abu Suleiman. There is general agreement that the Ummah is passing through an extremely difficult stage, writes Dr. Taha Jabir Alwani in the foreword of Crisis in the Muslim Mind by Abu Suleiman. Moreover, the opening lines of the foreword of Rethinking Reform in Higher Education from Islamization to Integration of Knowledge echoes the same sentiments. Muslim societies are experiencing a crisis of education at all levels. Usman Bakr, in his article The Role of Islam in Higher Education Policies of Muslim Countries, argues that the decline of higher education in the Islamic world could be detected as early as 14th century. Quoting Ibn Khaldun, he mentions that the decline began from the westernmost wing of the Islamic world, namely Morocco and Spain. The colonial period aggravated the problem whereby secular education and alien educational institutions were introduced to the Muslim world to train the machinery needed to support the colonial powers. Realizing the malaise of the Ummah in the post-colonial era, efforts were geared to establish Islamic higher education institutions. International Islamic University Malaysia is one such institution. Critics criticize these institutions on the grounds of disciplinary boundaries as their Western counterparts or adopting imitative Western and historical solutions that do not consider the temporal and contemporary realities of the Muslim societies. The curriculum for all disciplines generally and particularly for business schools is designed to meet the needs of the industry and not the needs of society. This study takes Pakistan as a case study to show the outlook of youth about education and the future. Pakistan is the second largest Muslim country after Indonesia, with a population of 231 million. It is also ranked as the fifth young country in the world, with a 63% population of country comprises young age between 15 and 33. The study uses the report by British Council, the Next Generation Report 2023, to see the outlook of youth in Pakistan. The sample size comprises of 3,466 participants, both from urban and rural areas, male, female, and transgenders, between age 16 and 34 were interviewed. Youth find their religious and national identities important. However, the religious identity has declined over time, and while the national identity has increased. Evidence shows that young population differ from the views and values of their parents in several areas, including social change, lifestyle, and education. Majority of young people feel they are unable to decide their future. Most respondents believe their lives are worse off than their parents, but still Pakistani youth are optimistic about their future and want to remain in the country. Concerns of the young people are related to unemployment, poverty, and economic growth. Teaching quality emerges as the number one concern in the education. Young people acknowledge the failure of the education system to provide them with skills needed for modern employment. Lack of innovation is seen as a critical issue. Curriculum development is harshly criticized as a major issue with more focus on theory than practical application. The widening industry-university gap, particularly in technology, leaves young people feeling unprepared for the job market. So, what is post-normal time? Jagdeep Sardar defines the post-normal time as an in-between period where all old orthodoxies are dying, new ones have not yet emerged, and nothing makes sense. The key characteristics of post-normal change are speed, scope, scale, and simultaneity that drives complexity, chaos, and contradiction. In this situation, orthodox methods do not work. So this time presents us with the opportunity to navigate the future. Managing the unpredictability of what lies ahead has become a formidable challenge. To overcome this uncertainty, it is crucial that we grasp it, and this is where future literacy becomes significant. To overcome the fear of the future and to bring about a real change, there is a need to teach and train the young generation to think critically and creatively about probable futures. By inculcating creative thinking, critical thinking, and imaginations, youth can be prepared to think about possible, probable, plausible, and preferred futures. UNESCO defines future literacy as the capability. It is the skill that allows people to better understand the role of future in what they see and do. Being future literate empowers the imagination and enhances just like financial literacy and digital literacy, future thinking are skills that can be cultivated. The objective of developing future literacy is to enhance one's ability to think more innovatively, analytically, and expansively regarding the future. Future literacy is an individual's capacity to comprehend how the future shapes the present and how present decisions and actions impact the future. Future literacy is imperative in developing a future-thinking mindset in Muslim youth to enable them to comprehend how the future influences their choices and behaviors. The future literacy programs and workshops bring together participants to question their current assumptions and biases and envision the potential future. This helps participants to focus on flexibility, adaptability, creativity, and imagination instead of obsessing over prediction and controlling the future based on their current perceptions. UNESCO holds future literacy labs in different parts of the world. To make our young generation agent of change, there is a need to substantially transform the education system in Muslim societies. An interdisciplinary approach must be adopted that considers the temporal and contemporary needs and situations of the Muslim societies. New discipline must be introduced that cater to the needs of changing environment we live in. By improving the future literacy of young individuals, they become more aware of the variety of potential futures and their capability to influence the course of future both on an individual level and on broader scale locally and globally. Through developing critical and creative thinking and fostering a future thinking mindset via future literacy capability in young Muslims, we may not be able to see into the future, but we can better equip to prepare, plan, and innovate to create the future we seek. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Honorable committee and participant. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude
Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Honorable committee and participant. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee for giving me such an opportunity for being a presenter here in this international symposium. Amazing event. And I would like also to introduce myself. I am Elma Haryani. I work in the National Research and Innovation Agency in the Republic of Indonesia in the Department of Development Policy. My presentation today will have five consists. Let me share my screen first. First, about background. Second, methodology. And third, research question. Then the fifth is conclusion. My title is Strengthening Culture of Peace and Religious Moderation through Women's Interfaith Extensionists in Indonesia. Background of research. Mainstreaming gender empowering women as strategic agenda in the process of strengthening tolerance and peace. According to the result of a 2017 national survey supported by United Nations Women and the Wahed Foundation and conducted by the Indonesian Survey Institute with the theme Trends of Religious Social Tolerance among Indonesian Muslim women. Indonesian women have the potential to become agents of peace. According to the result of the survey, 80 more of women support the right to freedom of religion, and besides that, women 80 more also unwilling to be radical than men, and women are less intolerant than men. So this is the fact. The result of the survey explained the potential situation, I think, of socio-religious tolerance and among Muslim women and the factor of that contributed to strengthening tolerance in Indonesia. In line with the result above, the Ministry of Religious Affairs. Later on, we can call it MORA, M-O-A-R. I was working in the Ministry of Religious Affairs during 11 years before my current position in the National Research Center. In line with the result above, MORA, or the Ministry of Religious Affairs Indonesia, have had a significant role in spreading and strengthening tolerance and peace in Indonesia through the women's interfaith extensions. The ministry has approximately 4,354,000 male and female government workers of religious extensionists from across religion, beside non-government workers. Religious extensionists are the forefront of campaigning for the value of religious moderation, national commitment, non-violence, tolerance, and adaptation to the local culture. And we call it religious moderation atau moderasi beragam. The duties and function of women religious extensions in the wider community are very strategic and unique. And this research will examine this phenomenon. Methodology. The method used in this research is qualitative method in the form of case study. Data collection will be carried through interview, literature, documentation, and observation. Interview will be conducted with a number of informants from various elements of society who are considered to know the problem being studied. Literature and documentation studies are carried out by examining books and documents related to the issues under study. Research location is in Indonesia, and to produce accurate conclusion, technical triangulation is used. The data was successfully collected was processed through the volume stage, editing, classification, and interpretation to gain new understanding and method for compiling study results. To what extent this question is to what extent the understanding and implementation of strengthening the values of religious moderation and the duties and function of women's interfaith extensionists. Secondly, what is the contribution of women's interfaith extensionist work in promoting religious moderation and vulnerability within and inclusive leadership? And thirdly, what factors contribute to the strengthening and practicing the values of religious moderation, tolerance, commitment to humility, non-violent, adaptation to local culture in the field? The significance of female interfaith extensionists. Penyuluh agama or female interfaith extensionists under the MORA in Indonesia serve as a vital link between the government, religious communities, and societies. They contribute to religious education, community development, crisis response, and the promotion of tolerance and harmony, all of which are critical aspects of Indonesia in the religious landscape and its diverse society. And their main duty, based on minister regulation, are first providing religious education to individuals and communities, fostering religious literacy and practice. Secondly, promoting tolerance and harmony among Indonesia diverse religious communities, helping to prevent and resolve religious conflict, and third, engaging in community development effort and addressing social issues while integrating religious issues, for offering spiritual and emotional support during crisis, guiding individual based on religious principles. Most of them have like a halaqah, and we call it in Indonesia Masjid Ta'lim, under their supervising. 5, encouraging the practice of moral and ethical values as prescribed by religious teaching. 6, existing in the management of religious institutions and organizing related events. 7, serving as link between the government and religious communities, ensuring alignment with community needs, contributing to counter-radicalization, participating in social welfare programs, especially those with religious charitable aspect, and last but not least, facilitating interfaith dialogue to foster understanding and cooperation among diverse religions. And this is crucial for maintaining peace in Indonesia because religiously diverse society. Finding. Bogor was deliberately chosen in the study because the city is one of the supporting cities for the capital of the Republic of Indonesia. Among the supporting cities, Bogor is most often mentioned by the mass media with the highest level of religious class. Religious cases such as the Yasmin Bogor Church dispute, the closure of the Ahmadiyya Masjid, a mosque, illustrates the extent of religious complicities that occur in the region. And this study examined how the role of female extensionists plays and relate with some religious issues there. We found some significant positive role model of female extensionists there, intriguing and emerged from the study conducted in Indonesia regarding the rules and responsibility of female religious extensionists. Specifically, the research focused on their dedication, obligation, and function in promoting and enforcing religious moderation in order to strengthen the culture of peace in Indonesia. We have like a 4 positive role model as a female religious extensionist in the different background of religion. First is Putu Sukartini, practicing a cultural approach. Putu Sukartini is a Hindu female religious extensionist, emphasized the importance of cultural approach to reinforce religious moderation values among the Hindu community. And women play a significant role in promoting religious moderation, and particularly in educating children and families about the values of tolerance and nonviolence aligned with the principle of ahimsa. During the pandemic, for example, many activities and programs were carried out through online activities like fundraising, prayer and worship together, socialization of religious values. They're doing some Sunday praying, and they call it Pasraman, and also join activities with other religious groups, including Chinese New Year celebration. Even they are Hindus. And Putu hopes and suggests that women can work together to strengthen each other and develop the value of tolerance by understanding and accepting difference in religious practice. Promoting religious literacy through reading and understanding other religion can establish national unity and integrity. So, second, Anita Rohana. Anita Rohana is Christian religious extensionist. According to her, women have a uniqueness in developing and strengthening religious moderation values, namely a more family approach or mediator. Some of the programs created by Anita and other religious educators are providing counseling, collaborating, counseling of church in motion, average 200 congregations, having built communities, create a unique method in dealing with case of intolerance, namely by mapping the problem and intensive communication with all parties involved in a particular case. So, Chido Linawati, practicing Metta Kurana. Chido Linawati is a Buddhist religious extensionist. Compassion is a method as a way to understanding others. The concept of metta karuna or practicing metta karuna has been practiced by all the Buddhists there. And even more interesting is that religious interaction that Buddhists in Bogor have are mostly women. Religious communities in Bogor face distracting issues, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Religious instructors play a vital role in providing awareness and counseling on religious issues. Hate speeches and hoax. Then, strengthening the value of tolerance can begin in family and through media literacy. Female Buddhist religious counselors also contribute to the success of programs and activities supported by Buddhist women who assist with social humanitarian program and tolerance failure socialization. And the last is from Islamic religious counselor and community leader Mas Khalila and Zakia. They are encouraging inclusive female leadership. She take care of 200 orphans and founded an Islamic boarding school for underprivileged children in the Kampung Bending district. She also tried to socializing religious moderation values and promoting tolerance through Majlis Taklim or Liko or Halaqah, Muslimah Halaqah assembly in the Islamic boarding school as a part of the peace campaign through Tusi religion, through Islamic teaching. She campaigned values such as tolerant national commitment and anti-violence and adaptation to local culture. Even more, Zakia believed that young people are the key to the future, and therefore it's essential to promote religious moderation among them. Although the general public may not be familiar yet with this concept, the values of religious moderation have been practiced for a long time and campaigned by the female extensionists. So we come to conclusion that empowering women religious extensionists to promote religious moderation for a stronger culture of peace in Indonesia proved that women play a crucial role in advocating for religious moderation, which is vital for promoting peace and stability. And here are 3 key factors considered that outline the significance of women in promoting religious moderation. First, women religious instructors possess a comprehensive understanding of religious moderation values, which they practice and promote through various means. The extension of religious truth women over a distinct and unique perspective that strengthens the value of religious moderation, given its gender focus. And last, women religious instructors face more intricate challenges and opportunities in the line of work, making their contribution even more valuable. They place inclusive leadership in managing challenge and opportunity also. So it's my last slide. In Indonesia, we say thank you by saying terima kasih. Thank you so much. Shukran jazilan. And I hope this presentation has shed light on topic. Let's continue discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'd like to apologize for technical difficulties we've been having. It's really quite beyond our control, and we tried our very best to make sure that we retain. So please be with us. So we've had four great papers. I've been informed that Ali Riza is no longer with us. That sounds a bit project, no longer with us, but not that he was with us in the first place. Anyway, so he's got an alternate exam. So unfortunately, any questions cannot be posed to him. But of course, you are more than welcome to pose any questions to Amal, Anbreen, and Alma, who are all online at this moment, and the floor is open. So we've had papers that looks at Afghanistan, Albania was the first one, and Indonesia, and of course, we also had the other one, but the one of Afghanistan, I think, on Malala. So any questions from the floor or online? Please feel free to pose your questions. No questions? Okay, so perhaps I will get started with Emal on Albania. Is he with us? Yes. Please. Okay. Yeah, well, thank you so much for your paper. I've never ever read up or engaged with any literature on Albania, so it's really good for me to learn from you today. I'd like to know from you. Yes. Yes, we know. So I'm looking at you. Yes. Okay, so I hope you can still hear me. Can you tell us a bit more about what do you think are the most problematic challenges or what are the kinds of challenges which Muslim women typically encounter in Albania? Give us some more insights into their daily or kind of lived experiences in that society, please. Thank you.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'm happy to be part of this conference, even I'm sorry I couldn't be in Morocco, even I tried a lot to join. So thank you for your question. Concerning to the situation of Muslim women in Albania, it has many differences comparing to the Indonesian or Malaysian environment as Muslim majority countries, but we being part of the Balkan region and the Europe, we've been having many problems in our history about the education of women, but especially coming to the 20th century when Albania was detached from the Ottoman Empire in a time when we had many well-educated women in those days. But after that, Albanian political situation changed. The kingdom came, then the Italian conquested Albania, German conquested Albania. Communism from within came into Albania as a ruler. And in 1990s, when the Berlin Wall was destroyed and when communism fell down, the situation of Muslims appeared to change as well in this society. In which meaning, which are some of the challenges? After the 90s, when we regained the freedom of religion, especially Islam as we chose to be Muslim. I mean, not only for our background, but we chose to be Muslims in those days. Especially for women became different challenges, starting for wearing the hijab, starting for having the right to be educated, starting to go at school for studying wearing a hijab, or some of them were forced to remove it while entering in a class and then put it again. Same situation almost in the time of Turkey during Ataturk, when he forced the woman to remove it. So we suffered in this situation, but recently, since many years, the situation has been changed, but still Islamophobia is in rising among Albanians. Even that we are mostly majority Muslims, and the women are really interested, Albanian women recently nowadays are really interested in Islamic studies and Islamic life. Also, they still face some challenge in education. For example, you cannot see many Muslim women in public universities wearing hijab. They are forced by the professors, they are threatened somehow not to wear it, etc. So different bad situations for them. Why is that? There are many reasons in that for these challenges. Because we are considered the biggest Muslim country in Europe, and this has no doubt that even Europeans accept it, but they don't want a big Muslim country in Europe, which is their problem with us. And we have a non-Islamic government, we have non-Muslim prime minister or even president or just by name, which are not caring about the challenges that Muslim women are facing nowadays. So let's say that the challenges are increasing, but at the same time in private universities, women wearing hijab, they are accepted and not having any big problem with it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I really appreciate that. Are there any other questions before I look again online?
Excuse me?
I'm just checking it out. I'm just checking there are more questions. Okay. Yes, you just give me 1 second. The mic will come to you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
No, I'm speaking to somebody in the room.
Noran, do you want the lights on?
Yes, please. We have another question. Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself and then pose your question.
Hi, everyone. Abdelaziz Zouri, I'm professor at University of in Morocco. I've been really pleased to attend this session, and I probably have a question. I'm not sure if it's Amreen who presented the third, I guess.
Amreen is the third presenter.
Yes, thank you first to all the presenters. So Amreen, there is something that attracted my attention when you talked about the decline of higher education, and you referred to the 14th century, and you said that it started in countries that are related to the West, including Morocco. I'm so much interested in understanding, in knowing more, because I think, I don't know, but I haven't read a lot about it, but I feel like it's kind of a minimalist approach to take. I'm not sure if you have read more about it. I think beyond what Ibn Khaldun said, because we know that there are other reasons that might be taken into consideration when we talk about the decline of higher education. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the question. Amreen, did you hear the question? Perfectly.
Yes,
okay.
I did. Thank you so much for the question. Actually, I just quoted Dr. Usman Bakr, who wrote in his article about this evidence. Yeah, we need to look more into different narratives. There are different narratives. Decline does not just started linearly from one place, and there is a need to dig more into it. It was just that the decline started, and then in the post like the colonial era made us to adopt later on in the post-colonial era to the educational institutions that were set up as missionary schools. We took those set up as determined, and then we somehow modified, but later on, obviously, in the last half of last century, we realized when the different like Muslim countries emerged on the map of the world, and then they have to set up their like government and or economic institutions. They think about it, how to change and make values, put values into these institutions. So one such is like the conference that was held in Makkah in 1970s that initiated basically the Muslim universities, one of the universities, International Islamic University in Malaysia, to bring the change. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope I answered the question.
Yes,
Speak closer to the mic.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the floor or online, please?
May I ask a question, Professor?
Yes, of course, you may.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm quite interested to know more about the dynamic of Muslim community in Mr. Ermal Bega presentation just now. I would like to know more about how actually do you define Islamophobia, which discriminating women in the midst of Muslim community itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baker, that was for you, sir. So if you may proceed, thanks. Dr. Baker, can you?
Yes.
You'd like to respond to that, please?
Yes, I didn't hear it well, the question. I didn't get it fully.
Alma, would you like to just repeat the core question, please? Alma?
Yeah, I just want to know more about how do you define Islamophobia with discriminating a woman in the midst of Muslim community themselves.
Okay.
Because you said many times about happening of Islamic phobia in Muslim countries. Just want to know about your theoretical something about how you define Muslim phobia. I mean Islamic phobia.
Islamophobia. Yes, I got it now. Let me explain something. In Albanian situation, Islamophobia is something special, because I mentioned that we are considered the biggest Muslim country in Europe. In this case, we are native. We are same as Indonesians or Malaysians. We are same as many other groups, Muslim groups in the world, which are native, and we just absorb Islam as our religion in majority. In this case, Islamophobia in Albanian environment is different from the Western countries among Muslims who lives in Europe. In this case, I mean that adding a non-Muslim government in a majority Muslim society, this is the worst Islamophobia which he can rule easily through the media with his politicians to be against Muslims and to put them in charge. For example, we don't see many Muslims, well-educated Muslims, being in charge. We don't see many of them being in official positions. In your case, as you've been working in the ministry, as you said before, it is easily, because Muslims don't know each other, it is easily for you. But to us, we face many problems, and me, myself, faced many problems to be in official departments, because if we are not any part, of any political party, it is so difficult to us, and we face Islamophobia just by knowing that we are Muslims or practical Muslims or just taking care about Muslim values. So this kind of Islamophobia among Albanians is different from the rest of the world. I think I answered somehow.
Yes, you have, and it's most fascinating to think that in a Muslim majority country, you also are subjected to Islamophobia. And of course, if you look at Umbreen and Alma's presentations, they're not encountering that in their own Muslim countries. So it's quite interesting how the ideology of Islamophobia plays out in different contexts. Are there any other questions? Because I feel like I'm controlling all the questions here. Please, anybody? Yes, thank you.
I'm just curious from this presentation, and I didn't have a chance to hear it all. And in the morning, I'm just curious for the presenters and maybe some of the presenters here too. Since the morning and yesterday and in this session, we are talking about Muslims as one unit. There are about 1 billion Muslims in the world, and there are so many conflicting interests from so many different countries, governments, and people, but also multiple identities that are at play, and not just the religious identity here. And I just want to ask people like, what makes Islamophobia in Albania, where it's a Muslim majority society? Maybe there are other types of identities at play that maybe you can speak more about, and maybe that's a question for everyone else as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I can continue.
Yeah, you may. You may continue.
I can say something else. I mentioned that the communism in Albania was different from other countries as well. Albania in 1967 became the first official atheist country in the world, with a declaration, with a law that Albania has no religion, and became atheistic totally. But before that, we had many great Muslim scholars, men and women as well, alike, who gave too much contribution about Islamic studies and Islamic Muslim society in Albania. With the coming of the communism political party and dictatorship in Albania, and the fall of communism, the so-called democratical changes in 1990s, we didn't have the chance to remove totally the communist and atheist ideas from our society. And this became a threat to our identity as Muslims in majority. We just replaced the communist dictatorship politicians with other offsprings of them, or with other people who have the same ideas as them, which means like or atheist or communism ideas, but in a democratic way. In this case, also, they didn't give any priority to the Muslim majority of Albanians. They didn't give any priority to Muslim women in Albania. But Alhamdulillah, let's say, if you see during the Eid prayer in Albania or in Tirana, in capital, where I am from, you will see lots of Muslim women being praying and fasting. And it's fascinating to us that most of women who became Muslims, most of Albanian modern people who became Muslims are from women society. But unfortunately, the Islamophobia came in another way, that they don't give priority or posts to Muslims, being men, being women. No Muslim woman, no Muslim man you can find in ministries in Albania. No Muslim woman wearing hijab or even just praying you will find in any ministries in Albania or municipalities, etc. Maybe in a local small town in Albania, in north and south. But in Tirana, which is capital, you can never find any Muslim man or woman who is part of the political environment, because we still have the communism ideology here, and it is a threat to our society within us. Thank you.
That's Islamophobia. Well, this is part of the challenge, eh? How do you define Islamophobia? Yeah. Thank you so much. I don't know if the other presenters want to add to that. You're more than welcome. I think one of the things that we are, and I think it started yesterday already, we've been not grappling, but maybe we are grappling with it. This term Islamophobia and what we understand by that, because it plays out quite differently in how it intersects with race, gender, culture, language, and nationality. So it's fascinating. What does come through though in all three presentations is, I think, the centrality of women as an easy target, as an easier target. And I'm wondering, is it because of the death code? Is it the visibility of the Muslim woman which singles her out for Islamophobia more easily than the male, for example? So these are things we are grappling with, I think, which is important. Are there any other questions on the floor? I don't see anything online either.
There is one question.
One? Okay, so, it's Bushra. She presented earlier, where she says, same situation in Turkey. It looks like Islamophobia is a challenge for some Muslim countries where it become entrenched in secular ideals, where you have extreme views on both sides. I would like to know if this phenomenon is concentrated more with the elite strata or everywhere. So again, this is intersection of class, which I think I've just kind of singled out. Because what liberal democracies, of course, have done in most of Europe, starting with France mostly, is that they have singled in on women as this deveiling of women as a form of liberating her. I mean, that's the kind of discourse, you have to look like us in order to be liberated. So it's fascinating. I want to thank all three of you, especially firstly for your patience with us today. We had some technical difficulties, so thank you for that. And I hope you will stay on for the rest of the day. Thank you for your contributions. It's been most enriching. We've learned a lot from all three of you, so thank you very much. And we hope that you will join us again for the next panel, which I think we are doing.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now I close. Thank you so much. Are we breaking for coffee?
Yes.
Okay, so I find that we eat a lot of this conference. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and very good evening to all. Thank you very much, dear organizing committee of Symposium on Education in Muslim Societies, Women's Scholarship and Engagement in Policy, Pedagogy and Development. This is Dr. Abdullah Al Mamoon, Senior Vice Chairman of Tanjimul Ummah Foundation, Dhaka, Bangladesh. I am going to present my paper entitled Education System in Bangladesh, Women's Scholarship and Engagement in Pedagogy. Introduction. Bangladesh is the third largest Muslim country in the world. The education system prevailing in this country is a blend of the local and the Western stream of education. The present education system of Bangladesh may broadly be divided into three major stages. For example, primary, secondary, and tertiary education. The primary and secondary and higher secondary level is further classified into four types in terms of curriculum: general education, madrasa education, technical vocational education, and professional education. Another stream of education is that of the English medium schools following the Cambridge or the Edexcel curriculum. More than in the first, women have been playing an important role in the fields of education, administration, politics, and social development. The participation of women in education is now remarkable. In Bangladesh, the participation of women at the decision-making level is too narrow because of the social norms prevailing in Muslim society and the cultural and social reality. The participation of women in all sectors is far from mentionable, but the participation of women in imparting education at the three levels is very much satisfactory. Among others, 65% of female teachers teach at the primary levels, and another 26 teach at the secondary and higher secondary levels. Despite this, the sector is faced with problems. Considering the overall situation, this paper will discuss the prevailing problems and offer solution to the same and highlight the significant participation of women. Theoretical framework or research question. What is the existing condition of the participation of women in education-related activities in Bangladesh, and to find out the challenges and their remedies as well. Literature review. Women are encouraged to choose teaching not only because it has less working hours compared to other jobs, but also the work calendar is in sync with the school-going child at home. Thus, this profession provides enough time to support and take care of the family members after coming back from the workplace, which ultimately gives space to exercise the stereotypical gender roles and to create gender binaries in defining masculine and feminine work. At this point in the analysis, a question can also be raised that though Bangladeshi women from middle-class educated families are working in full swing, have we thought for which jobs and why? The answer to this question cannot stand alone except considering the argument of this paper that why middle-class educated families encourage women to take the teaching profession. Additionally, research showed the vast majority of men do less housework than their gainfully employed partners. As a result, majority of those working women have to do child care, elderly care, cooking, cleaning, and all types of household chores. Thus, this situation is in keeping with Parnas, who said that such unpaid household labor, which we often consider as reproductive labor, requires much time, and to manage time for these works, family advise women to take teaching as a profession. Methodology or methods. This paper relied on secondary sources of data, which include books, journals, previous studies, government documents, newspapers, and periodicals. A qualitative data analysis technique was employed in order to analyze data. Findings. Problem of women pedagogy in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, there is many problem in the sector of women pedagogy. The environment, social culture, and practices are still not women friendly. The main problems are given below. Poor salary. Financial evaluation of their work is still not satisfactory. Female teachers are given a low salary proportionate to their working hours. There is lack of proper evaluation, justified work hours, a sufficient number of paid leaves. Lack of security. Security concerns prevent the majority of women from continuing their job. Parents of women who stay in hostels experience a lack of security. Women experience insecurities when communicating in public settings like buses and trains, so their parents do not consent to their going to distant places. Sexual harassment by male colleagues, institution head, male guardian, managing committee member, or any other person related to institution is another deterrent. Mental torture by male colleagues, institution head, male guardian, managing committee member is another reason behind the decline in their participation in jobs. There is no daycare facilities for their children. As a result, when they cannot any support from their family, it is so difficult for them to maintain their baby. When a female teacher has to leave her baby at home, they mentally suffer for their baby, and that time she remains worried for her baby. That's why she cannot be attentive in pedagogy. A female teacher does not get sufficient vacation. The government of Bangladesh gives all females with a job a 6-month-long vacation for maternity leave, but private sector does not offer the same vacation for maternity leave. Usually, there is no extra leave for a female teacher. Sanitation problem. There is not sufficient sanitation facility for a female teacher. There are not enough clean washrooms in educational institutions. For lack of sanitation, a female teacher suffers from various physical problems. No prayer room. There is no prayer room for a female teacher in her educational institution. That's why a Muslim female teacher cannot perform her prayer in time. Problem include working hours. It is so tough a job for a female teacher when she must be present at her workplace for a long time because her family members wait for her presence in house, and when she returns home, she must do some work for her family too. Lack of proper evaluation and not being given proper positions. A female teacher does not get proper evaluation for their work. They do not get their proper position in their workplace. Suggestion or advice not accepted by authority. When a female teacher gives any advice or suggestion to the authority, they do not normally accept their opinion. So that's why a female teacher is not so interested to participate in teamwork. Suggestions for problem solving women pedagogy in Bangladesh. I would like to give some suggestions for problem solving of women pedagogy in Bangladesh, such as sufficient salary. Proper financial evaluation of their work can help. Female teachers should be given salary in keeping with their working hours. Proper evaluation justification in their work hours and duties can also prove useful. Strong security management. Authority must maintain security at the workplace so a majority of women can continue with their jobs. They must also ensure securities when communicating via public transport like buses and trains. Set up daycare facilities for their children. When a female teacher gets daycare facilities, she can breastfeed her baby. She can then be attentive in pedagogy. On the other hand, when a female teacher can take her baby to her workplace, she gets mental space. Set up available sanitation management. They must set up sufficient sanitation management for female teachers. Enough clean washrooms, sanitation facility in educational institution help female teachers remain physically fit. Ensure proper evaluation and given proper position. Female teachers should be given proper evaluation for their duty and their proper position in their workplace. A female teacher should get sufficient vacation. All private sectors should offer a 6-month vacation for maternity like the government sector does. On the other hand, in special cases, female teachers should be given extra leave for their family duties. Reduce working hours to take care of their child and other family members. A female teacher should be given a short working hours because her family members wait for her presence in house, and when she returns home, she must do some work for their family too. When a female teacher gets short working hour, she can enjoy her job. Prayer room should be arranged for female teachers. Prayer room should be available for a female teacher in her educational institution. That's why a Muslim teacher can perform her prayer in time. She can do her job with mental satisfaction. Stop domestic violence, teasing, violence with rape. Domestic violence, teasing, violence with rape, and other mental torture by male colleagues, institution head, guardians, managing committee members, and by other people must be stopped. We should ensure a secure and more peaceful environment for a female teacher. Conclusion: Bangladesh is a country where teaching is playing less value compared to other professions. The involvement of women in this profession has been encouraged by both the state and the family, whereas they are getting minimum wages. The environment, social culture, and practices are still not women-friendly. We need to ensure a safe work environment, proper evaluation, justified work hours, a sufficient number of paid leaves, and daycare facilities for their children. A change in social practice and outlook is also needed. Considering the overall situation, we must offer solution to the same and highlight the significant participation of women. Thank you so much for hearing my presentation. Hope to see you there in Symposium, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Fatima Abdel Khaliq, a lecturer at Asyut University, Egypt. It's my pleasure to be in the Symposium on Education in Muslim Societies, Morocco 2023. We are going to present our work related to gender differences in secondary school completion in Egypt, societal constraint on female education. This is a joint work with Professor Ray Langston from the American University in Cairo. First, we would like to deliver our deepest condolences to all those who have lost loved ones in Marrakesh earthquake. يا رب متمنين الشفاء والصحة والعافية لجميع المصابين والمتضررين من الزلزال. So speaking of education in Egypt, Egypt has adapted the Educational Millennium Development Goals, MDG2, and has long promised an equal education for all children, free of all tuition fees. Currently, Egypt's vision of education conforms the Education Sustainable Development Goal, SDG4 on education, not only promising free education and universal secondary education, elimination of gender disparities in secondary completion, but also good education for every citizen without discrimination. Rural Upper Egypt is the most conservative areas in Egypt, where females and women has been marginalized and being less empowered. These areas are characterized with holding on traditional religious culture and maintenance of established habits and customs. Also, it has gender disparities in education, with about 41% of women unable to read. In these areas, girls tend to marry young and have high fertility. So to maintain the SDG goals on education, Egypt had many policy reforms, such as forming constitutional rights on education, eliminating school fees, constructing schools all over the countries, and these reforms have been taking place over the years. These reforms meant to increase enrollment and achieve gender equality, especially among children from poor, disadvantaged families and different socioeconomic groups. By 2014, gender parity in completing primary was met. However, other differentials in region and wealth remained. Also, universal primary education was closer, but not yet attained. In this presentation, we focus on secondary school completion. Mainly, we are showing the overall secondary school completion rate, SSCR, and the approximate determinants that we use to calculate it. Also showing the SSCR by gender and the gender differential of secondary school completion rate controlling for region and wealth. We are using quantitative data analysis of 9 rounds of Egypt demographic and health survey between 1988 and 2014, when the last DHS has been taken place. We focus on young people aged 19 to 22 years old. In this cohort of people are old enough to have completed secondary school in the normal course of Egyptian education. We are using descriptive statistics. Our main outcomes are SSCR, the secondary school completion rate, and the approximate determinant using 3 controls of gender, wealth, and region. So now Ray will introduce in detail the approximate determinants that we used and show some of our results. So Ray, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we're using the approximate determinants of education framework. This uses, as Fatma has mentioned, this uses an age group older than the statutory age of secondary completion. In Egypt, this is, we're using 19 to 22 years of age. This is a mathematically coherent model where the secondary school completion rate is the product of ever enrollment, retention, and timely progress, as shown in the first line of the slide. We also consider an extended model of the approximate determinants. This considers all of the steps through an educational career from ever enrollment through completion of secondary. We'll see how the extended model works later in the talk. The 3 components of the failure to complete secondary school account for all that is 100% of those who have not yet completed secondary. Some people who have not yet completed secondary, for example, those students who have been delayed, are still in school and may complete secondary school in the future. However, for now, those are just considered as being delayed. From this slide, we can see we show the data for 1988 through 2014, and we can see that secondary school completion has been increasing, but there's still a long way to go. Even now in 2023, we think that there is still substantial distance to go for secondary school completion to be universal. We can see also that ever-enrollment and retention have both improved. Timely progress has always been high, and dropout has always been the main constraint on secondary school completion. When we look at secondary school completion rate by gender, we can see that gender equality in secondary completion has steadily improved, and it has now been attained, as we can see at the left-hand side, or the right-hand side of the screen. However, universal secondary completion, that is the Education Sustainable Development Goal 4.1, has not yet been achieved, with secondary completion around 70 to 65% in 2014, and we expect that it will not yet be achieved. Next slide, yes. Here we are looking only at the results for 1988 and 2014. The lower two lines are 1988 and show that gender equality has long been the norm for the urban middle class and for the wealthy, as we see on the right-hand side of the screen with the purple and blue lines. In 2014, the yellow and purple and the yellow and gray lines, the urban poor and young people in rural Lower Egypt also achieved gender parity. However, girls remain disadvantaged in rural Upper Egypt, as we see in the gray and yellow lines at the left-hand side of the screen. Now we'll focus on the poor 40% and the middle class, the middle 40% in 2014 only in rural Upper Egypt, to show exactly where rural Upper Egyptian girls are disadvantaged. And here we use the extended model of the proximate determinants framework. Girls are much less likely to ever enroll in school. Boys are almost 2 to 3 times as likely to ever enroll. However, once enrolled, girls are as likely as boys to progress through primary, and even as likely to enroll in lower secondary. In Egypt, we call this level preparatory school. While girls from poor families progress well through preparatory school, middle-class rural Upper Egyptian girls are more likely to drop out during this stage, as we see from the 113% ratio. And girls from both poor and middle-class families who graduate from preparatory school are less likely than boys to ever enroll in secondary. Notably, boys are somewhat disadvantaged when it comes to timely progress through secondary. But what this means is that while girls have left school families are willing to keep boys in school even when they are older than the statutory age of completion. This is another suggestion that rural Upper Egyptian families value boys' education more than they value the education of girls. Now, Fatma will tell you about some conclusions.
Okay, just to sum up what we have been presenting in this presentation and compared to the Bayesian approach that developed and used by UNESCO to estimate the completion rates, our approximate determinant that we have shown not only show the completion of each level in education, but also provide estimates of enrollments as well as level-specific timing of dropout and of delay at each educational level. We have also seen that Egypt had a significant growth in completing secondary education, moving from a male advantage to an overall gender equality in secondary completion. Also achieving reduction in region wealth inequalities. However, substantial disparities remain in conservative areas, as Ray showed in rural Upper Egypt. Also, quality education for all and universal secondary completion are yet to achieve. As also Ray mentioned, that Egypt still has a long way to go to achieve these two main aspects in terms of equality and universal secondary completion. So that was pretty much it. And we would like to thank you very much for your listening and looking forward to seeing you and hearing your question and discussion at in the conference in Morocco. Thank you and see you there.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Iftikhar Jamil Fuad. Today I want to talk about traditional female seminaries in Bangladesh, current status, challenges, and future dynamics. Now, first let me talk about historical context. In South Asian conservative Muslim societies, female education has been always a controversial topic for last 2 centuries. As a result, you can hear this kind of news. The Taliban banned girls from school. In Bangladesh, one notable Islamic scholar, Allama Shafi, said that he is against sending girls to schools and colleges after 5th grade. Now, it's important to clarify that they are not opposed to female education, rather they oppose female education in Western institutions. This fear originated from the British civilizing mission in India, best described by Thomas Macleay as the goal of education is to create a class of persons Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, morals, and intellect. So, Allama Shafi, in turn, expressed his fear as if you allow your girls to be educated in Western institutions, they would be no longer remain yours. Now, there can be question that why only the girls, right? I mean, boys also can be influenced by Western institutions. So why, I mean, they're specifying the girls? Despite these controversial perspectives, official accounts from 2023 indicate that female participation in seminaries has doubled compared to male students, presenting numerous challenges and opportunities. So let us now talk about research question, state of art, and methodology. So what are the primary factors influencing a substantial enrollment of female students in traditional female seminaries, and what pedagogical challenges do they encounter in their educational journey? Additionally, what future trends and opportunities can be identified to enhance their academic experience? In terms of the state of art, Barbara Mitcave explored the question of female education in the South Asian conservative Muslim societies from historical and anthropological perspectives. And Usha Chanal's fieldworks contribute significantly to this scholarly exploration. Within the specific context of Bangladesh, the scholarly work reflections on Deobandi reformist agenda in a female Qaumi madrasa in Bangladesh, authored by Mumtaz Begum and Humayun Kabir, stands as a noteworthy contribution. But, in terms of methodology, it's notable that their analysis heavily integrates sociological theories, so a deeper examination from a pedagogical standpoint is very important. Now, it's essential to underscore that a nuanced understanding of this educational institution cannot be achieved solely through the lens of Islamization, given the paradoxical challenge posed by attempting to Islamize subjects that are already deeply entrenched within an Islamic framework. Now, let us talk about theological and socioeconomic factors. So, there are a couple of theological factors for increasing participation in female seminaries. First, conservative societies are mostly skeptical of coeducation for religious reasons. Western-styled institutions mostly cannot facilitate their expectations on coeducation. Second, conservative societies in Bangladesh are mostly followers of Hanafi fiqh, and they believe females cannot or should not travel alone without their guardians, which may restrict female education further, outside of their local areas. The third point, conservative societies believe that females have some priorities in this world, although they allow them to study the same subjects in religious fields. They are a bit restrictive of female participation in applied fields, including engineering and business studies. There are also some socio-economic factors. Government-controlled regulated institutions are becoming more and more secularized. Sometimes females are forced to remove their hijab and sit with male classmates, which might be uncomfortable for many. Some subject matters also sometimes contradict a few deeply held religious beliefs, including gender roles and gender identities in recent years. In the 80s and 90s in Bangladesh, education played a significant role for upward mobility for lower class families. However, these days, education is becoming more and more burdensome. Many cannot afford a college degree, and for many, it seems economically unattractive. Moreover, a college degree can cause females to delay their marriage, which is a taboo in conservative Muslim societies only for females. Thus, families are motivated to send their daughters to seminaries so they can finish their studies a bit earlier. In recent years, there has been a growing trend of populism within Muslim communities where they reduce religion in popular aesthetics and dominant social expectations. Thus, choosing alternative options may seem more difficult to imagine. Now, with this increasing participation, there are also some pedagogical challenges. Reducing religion and education for aesthetic reason has posed many challenges. Female seminary graduates get very few job opportunities, making their role in society less important. Their voices and perspectives are not considered and valued. Thus, their expertise becomes less relevant or even non-essential. There are few opportunities for male seminary students for their higher education, although they are very limited. For female seminaries, the opportunities for research are nearly unthinkable. Many female students feel disappointment as they cannot explore further. Now, urban life is becoming more and more expensive. For many middle-class families, maintaining a quality lifestyle requires contribution from both husband and wives, which may seem difficult for female seminary students. Now, summary and recommendations. Female seminaries in Bangladesh can collaborate with male seminaries and also with government-controlled or regulated institutions. International collaboration are also possible. There are plenty of female seminaries around the world, and Islamic universities are also good choices for them. Through digital literacy, female seminaries in Bangladesh can prepare their students for a broader range of job fields. Working from home, online business, freelancing are becoming more easier. Thus, there will be more opportunities in the near future. Female seminary graduates are already engaged in online teaching. With careful planning and training, these opportunities may become more prevalent. There are concerns that, pedagogical reforms in an era of increased globalization and secularization, the era of social media, may lead to the loss of aesthetics goals in female seminaries. Thus, rejecting deeply held beliefs and expectations might be counterproductive. Now, this is the summary. So there are several theological and socioeconomic factors that most likely to contribute to the increase in participation in female seminaries in Bangladesh in recent years. This increasing participation poses many difficult challenges that need to be addressed, including academic, social, and economic questions. Now, with careful planning and training, new opportunities can be explored, or we can say should be explored. So that is all from me. Thank you.
That's
Yeah? Okay. Do you need us to repeat the question? This is Usmani and Iftihar, we need to repeat the question?
yes, you will need to repeat the question.
Okay, so if I can just, do you want to do that again,
Yeah,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. The question is to Professor Osmani and Professor Iftihar Jamil. You mentioned that there are religious and socioeconomic factors behind these disparities. And you mentioned at the end, instead of using the word religious, you used the word theological. So I'm just asking one question, is there a difference between theological and religious questions? That's number one, because we know that in research, you have to be consistent. So that's number one. I want to know if there is a difference between the two, or we can use them synonymously. And the second question is, don't you think that there are also cultural factors that contribute to these disparities? Because in Muslim societies nowadays, after many years in this Islamic, as Muslims, we have developed cultures, that have deviated from Islamic practices per se. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Jamil and Iftihar, would you like to respond, please?
Okay, so I think here are two questions. First one is the difference between theology and religion. I think religion is, broad category and broad term, and theology is more specific. So in Arabic, we use aqidah and kalam for theology, and we do not use, we do not use religion for aqidah. Even fiqh, for fiqh, we sometimes use theology, but not religion, because religion includes many things, not just, just fiqh or kalam or aqidah. So I think this is the answer for first question. The second one is you are asking that maybe this is connected to culture, right? This was the question?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, culture is very broad. Again, very broad thing. So, and we cannot mention everything. So we just mentioned, theological reasons and socioeconomic reasons. And, when we are talking about socioeconomic reasons, it includes culture. And now, maybe many may think that, these are not Islamic cultures and Islamic values or Islamic beliefs. But I think, we should not judge sometimes, because, there are two different type of, research that can be done. One is, which is true Islam, and another is what is practical for that cultures, for that societies, right? At the end, I mentioned that, rejecting deeply held, beliefs might be counterproductive. So yes, we can argue, we can, talk about what is true Islam, what is the best explanation. So we know the, the methodology of Islah or the reformist ideas. But sometimes in some societies, reformist ideas can be counterproductive. That might, make people more angry and more, more reactionary. So is it clear?
Yes, it's clear. I think it's a really important point, that we do have to differentiate between culture and religion. But of course, we accept that religion cannot be practiced outside of culture. Culture always permeates. So that's a really important point. So thank you for clarifying. Are there any other questions online or from the audience in front of me? Yes, sir. The mic.
Yes, please. I want to ask a question here. Is it okay?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I can see your hand.
Yeah, I want to ask a question here. Is it all right?
If it's online, you may ask a question.
Yeah, that's right. I just want to talk regarding the Dr. Abdullah Mamoon that he presented here. regarding
Sorry,
the.
sorry to interrupt you. Would you just introduce yourself first and where you're from?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Usmani from Malaysia.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, please. Okay, I just want to talk about the female pedagogical problems that Dr. Mamoon has talked. He talked from Bangladesh perspective, and he said that there is salary dispute and disparity between male and female teachers that we have. We know that in Bangladesh we have for almost 35 years prime ministers, and Bangladeshi people, they are going always for the female prime minister from 90s, I believe, until now we have. I don't know, maybe they love the female prime minister so much. And why do you think that there is salary disparity between male and female? I believe the female prime minister, they're supposed to do the things here. Another thing is also that we have religious and also secular school we have. Religious school we have, and also conventional school we have, the one. And also we have some school run by the state, by the government, and there are some other school, they are private. So in this case, when you talk about the religious school, do you think the religious school, they're enjoying the same salary like the conventional school? Another thing, Dr. Mamoon has talked also about the sexual violence to the teachers by the colleagues. Is it only with the teachers? I believe the sexual violence also goes to the student there as well. A student that they were studying in the female or the girls' school and girls' colleges, and also girls' madrasas, seminaries, and I think they are also suffering from the same thing, that the sexual violence by their same, by maybe by even by their teacher perhaps, and maybe by the governing bodies, by their classmate, by their colleagues, by many others.
Okay.
Yeah, if maybe if Dr. Mamoon can clarify a little bit, please.
You will indeed. Thank you so much. You on? You on?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Dr. Usmani, thank you for your question. Now Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is also women, but socio-cultural condition is not friendly for women, especially in Muslim societies. Muslim is not practically used to women go for a job, for a bank, for a school, for college, for madrasa, any other. It's cultural practice in Bangladesh. So, it's reduce that case for female opportunities, for their salary, for their environment. It so take time. It's mostly suitable after many years in Bangladesh, and now it is frankly determined. It will take time, inshallah. And sexual harassment for students, girls students or teachers, both sides. But as a women teacher, when she does his duties in the way in her workplace by the committee and by her colleague and any other societies, he attacked in many times the sexual harassment and others harassment. It is practical scenario of Bangladesh because law and order situation in Bangladesh is not so good all time, especially for women. This is the practical problem of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, Pedagogy.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm interested with the presentation of Dr. Abdullah Mahmoud. He mentioned a number of issues for girl teachers, and one of them is sanitary condition and all this. I would like to know whether any kind of field research and data will be collected or presented in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question.
I can't present here any data practically, but I go in school or madrasa and any other educational institution to know what's women teacher problem here in her workplace and in environmental, in any other societal problem in his workplace. And I work, inshallah, in this subject by data collection of whole Bangladesh in, inshallah, in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead. I'll just pass the mic. Thank you.
So as a researcher, I on gender, class, and context, there are two strands of argument: cultural, religious arguments, and structural argument. And we know from global monitoring report data, we know from a lot of research from around the world, that whenever structural conditions are improved, access increases, right? We know class makes an enormous difference, socioeconomic access. We know closeness to school coming to you makes a difference. We know a range of structural barriers, addressing them makes a difference. So what I find uncomfortable is tendency to religification of the issue, if that makes sense. Reducing it to culture, reducing it to conservatism. And we also know that in absence of security, structural security, quite often parents tend to make religious argument or cultural argument. So there is a dialectic relationship between structural barriers and cultural discourses. So I think as a researcher in Muslim context and women, I find it very, very important that we don't reduce issues to religions and culture, but really genuinely address the structural issue.
Thank you so much. That's a useful comment. Thank you so much. I have a question on the Egypt paper. So I might have missed it, and forgive me if I have. So really interesting research in terms of throughput rate and really high completion rates. That's clearly not drawn between the genders. Can you tell us two questions? Can you tell us more about what are the primary reasons for the high attrition rate amongst your girls? And then I was very interested to know that you have a statutory age of completion. Does that act or that policy get implemented consistently? And does that act actually does it influence high attrition? So does this statutory age of completion policy or act, I'm not quite sure what it is, does it implement it consistently across regions? And secondly, does it actually have an adverse effect of contributing to a high attrition rate? In other words, the child is over age and now the child is compelled to actually drop out. Yeah, makes sense? Samuel, you can start.
Yeah, okay. Primary reasons for attrition. Again, if we go back to our slide where we look at the proximate determinants, we see that the main cause of gender differences in rural Upper Egypt are the girls never entered in the first place. Now, to your question, there are schools everywhere. Every village has a school. That has been a long-held case. So, by and large, it's not structural reasons, it's some sort of socio-cultural reason.
we think it has something to do with religion, because this is a very religiously conservative area. We don't have very good data on that, but what we know is that girls are mainly being kept out of ever enrolling in school. Statutory age of completion. Perhaps that's a way we use terminology that is misleading. There's a statutory age of entry. And what we do for completion is simply add the number of years that you get to graduate. Children, there's no formal completion age for, well, I take that back. There may be a completion age for secondary, but basically people are not bumping up against it. There is like an age, I think it's 14 or 15 or something, when you cannot any longer go to primary school.
Yes, it's 14 years old. Primary.
Yeah, but in terms of completion of secondary, you cannot attend classes after a certain age, but you can still take exams.
So you're private candidate.
So you can qualify for secondary completion by taking exams and studying on your own. So I don't know, you know what age they toss people out of secondary?
It's not really asking them out, like you said, yes, it's not a statutory age that is set by law. As Ray mentioned, we have a statutory age for entering, for enrollments. But then if you fall behind and you keep repeating, your timely progress is getting longer. So what happens is, it's just they stay home and they go for exams. So you still be qualified to take secondary exams. I'm not sure exactly to what age, but until you are maybe 19, I don't want to say a number, but still you are eligible to complete your secondary education without going to school like normally, like regular students. I think in part also like being old with young people, so people doesn't want to do that, so they just choose to do it on their own. They just have the certificate at the end after they passing the exam.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And I ask that because in South Africa, 50% of young people who start school do not finish. So if 100 kids started in grade 1 or grade R, 50 will be in matric, of which only 10% qualify for higher education. So that for me, this is really interesting. And we also have a policy which actually blocks you from proceeding beyond an age. So it does play a role.
Yeah, I do a lot of work on sub-Saharan Africa, and some countries have only 10 to 20% of young people who graduate from secondary. And in some countries, virtually all of those, some of the countries, half or smaller, less than half, also go on to higher education. But when it always strikes me as strange when you look at a country where only 10 to 20% of children of a cohort graduate from secondary. How does that country run? Who is making decisions? That's a real concern where secondary graduation is very low.
Thank you so much. And I believe you have a question. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Dr. Abdullah. He mentioned a lot of obstacles to female teachers, frame rooms. I think there are two types of obstacles here. There are some institutional where, for example, does the institute refuse to offer a prayer room for female teacher and they do for male teachers? So it's a kind of discrimination or gender disparity. The other thing, what about the workflow in the country level? I mean, is it already also had gender issues in terms of the general law or how it works? Thank you.
Thank you. This barrier I mentioned here for women's teacher who work in many institutions. We have gender role, but there is some problem related with women teachers. In institutional first head of this educational institution, they sometimes they injustice to women teacher when she fixed her salary, but he is mentally he tortured her for poor salary and not devaluation and in any other ways by the committee member and in society. And cultural practice is there sometimes is not friendly for women.
This on the mic.
Okay. Nice, I would not say nice presentation, okay, but I would like to ask you, my dear friend, you, when we talk about women pedagogy, maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm not grasp the whole concept of it. Is it about teaching, about teachers? You mean when you talk about women pedagogy, this is your limitation, maybe this is what your focus was on women in teaching. That was women pedagogy. Maybe I read it, maybe me, I read it differently. Yes, okay, thank you. Now, my dear colleagues from Egypt, is there policy, is there an educational policy regarding compulsory education or years to attend education? Is there something like this in Egypt? Because I have next question. Is there something like this? Compulsory education, that is, you have to attend school, boys and girls till the age of, is it?
Yes, there is, but it's widely ignored.
No, okay, no,
Yeah.
there is, okay. Ignored is something else, there is. Second thing, in your research you've done, I don't know, I'm just asking you. I saw that you stopped at 2014.
2014, the data.
The data, yes, data 2014.
Yes.
And what I just want to know, since then, there has been nothing on?
Well,
from 14 to 23, almost 10 years. Okay, thank you.
That's a really good question. Thank you for that. But because we are using the demographic and health survey to have the representative sample of Egypt, and as I mentioned in the talk, this was the last one that has been done. And after that, there was lots of policy change, and there is no GHS afterwards. And apparently, which is very unfortunate, that would be the last one because the policy thing. So doesn't need data. No, they do data, but basically the only one that was allowed to collect data, especially on a nationwide, is a CAPMAS, and they don't publish data. They publish numbers according to what they want to publish. So sorry to say that, but this is what's going on.
Any other questions? Yes. Yeah. Two more. Hold on to the mic. Just you can go to.
Again, this is the question coming back to the structural and cultural, and it's not unique to Egypt. In fact, since yesterday we've heard this argument in different presentations as well. And what I'm inviting us is, I'm not saying the absence of regressive ideologies. Yeah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the difference that structural support makes, right? So this data that in remote areas, in rural areas, women tend to have less access to education, even if there is an educational institution not far from, yeah. But what are the support systems for women, right? In terms of health, in terms of well-being, in terms of counseling, in terms of employment, in terms of the political, economic agency in that context. So what I mean to say structure, we need to have a broader understanding of these structural support system for women to flourish, right? And we know from data across the world that in rural areas, in areas that are marginalized areas, quite often there is conservative ideologies or more unwoman-friendly ideologies are involved. But we cannot reduce the argument to, oh, these are religious arguments and these are, then we miss the point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your insights. But very quickly, when I asked the question about religion versus cultural, I just wanted to mention that sometimes we refer to religion as like one thing. Like someone has already talked about different religious practices, probably even if we talk about modern societies, but at the same time, we have to be very specific. So we have developed cultures. Culture sometimes can be part of the structural system.
Sure.
And the other thing is, when I'm thinking, I'm just imagining something when we talk about, when we address an issue like this one. So we say that because families are conservative or because of religion or because of religious factors. But at the same time, we should not ignore something. The way we have been doing schooling have been fixated at one type of schooling. So that is to say, the students have to go to a place, a building that we call school, where they study. So if they don't go to that place, so they don't get any education.
Yeah.
So remember that during COVID-19, what's happened is that we
I have a question.
it's just an idea to probably think about.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes shouldn't we ask deeper questions than the questions we've been asking, the traditional questions that we've been asking forever. So is it religious? Is it culture? Is it because of people are conservative, they don't go to school or they drop out of school? But what about the school itself? So let's just change the perspective, change the lens. So instead of us looking at, we are at the school in our ivory tower. So I'm talking about myself sometimes as a researcher in an ivory tower, looking at what is happening and then describing the situation out there. So what if we shift perspective and then we go to the other side and then start looking at the school?
Yeah.
So how has the school changed? What are creative ways we may bring school to people?
Thank you. It's a pity that you missed the keynote yesterday, because what the keynote speaker spoke about was taking the school to children. So we are very aware of these deeper questions to which you refer. And we have been grappling with some serious concepts and how we understand and define certain practices. So thank you for that. And we look forward to your talk tomorrow. Perhaps we can dive in deeper as well there tomorrow. So
I have a question for you.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah.
Question for me?
Yeah.
Does anybody have a question? I don't see any questions on here. There are no questions on here. Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, you have a question. Okay, here we go.
In Bangladesh, the remarkable increase in women education because our literacy rate now 74.66%, but male 76.5% and female 72.82%.
Yeah.
But Allama Shofi is a man who religious teacher, religious principal of a madrasa. He speak, don't to girls go to educational institution. It's not present situation of Bangladesh, but Bangladeshi women are advanced in education, in madrasa, in school, in university, and everywhere, primary, secondary, and higher secondary. So he mentioned here, speak of one religion person, but especially he told he must be mentioned here, but present situation of Bangladesh. What is it?
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, one thing should be clear that our research were focused on seminaries, female seminaries, not, the female education in Bangladesh. So our research is quite specific. Okay. So we are not talking about, what is the situation for women education in Bangladesh. We are just talking why there is increasing participation. Is this good or bad? That is another discussion we can talk about, but we are just describing a situation. What are the factors? We should be sometimes, if we are judgmental, sometimes we cannot see the real picture. So, so there are also many problems also. For example, if we talk about, this is not only the situation is that, this situation is not only for Bangladesh, also in Afghanistan also. So we cannot change the regime, right? So they will stay there. So we should understand what they are thinking. If we are just judging, we cannot understand properly. That's our research focus actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our speakers on your presentations. Thank you for the discussion and the questions. We are really grateful for the rich evaluation that's happening. A reminder, please, to complete the evaluation forms that you should scan what's behind me. Online people, you should also have that. It's important to us. Be gentle on the criticism. It's been a long day. But we welcome any constructive suggestions and feedback. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And then before you dash off, we have a short day tomorrow, but you do need to indicate to us, please, to Sukaina or any one of us sitting here, whether you will be joining us on our really exciting journey to FIS. You will notice we are leaving at 11. We're returning at 9 o'clock early, so it's quite a long day. So you might have to really spend some time with us, which might not be a good idea. But please do let us know whether you are joining us so that we know exactly how many people to prepare for. Okay.
Start at 9.
We want to everyone. If this gets more now. So we are starting at 9 o'clock. That means that we all have to be here at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you so much. Be seated by 8:55. Thank you. Thank you so much. So well.